Okay, while we have folks coming on into the room, we're going to go ahead and start really quick because I have a little something to say before we get into all of our wonderful title talks from our publishers. So we'll go ahead and get started in here. Hi, everyone, and welcome to our 2024 Fall Title Talk for Children. I'm Sarah Shepard, and I am the Western Manager for Children's and Teen Services at Baker & Taylor. And we are CATS for short because, of course, we love cats here at Baker & Taylor, and the acronym just works. CATS has been around for a long time, and our goal as a team is to support youth services librarians across the country with their workflows, collection development, programming, and community engagement needs. We love what we do on our team, and between us, we have over 50 years of boots on the ground experience as MLS librarians and children's book publishing professionals. This is a little bit of what we do, and it's a lot, but it all boils down to us being there for you in whatever capacity you may need. My colleague who works with the eastern half of the states and I who work with the western half of the United States were both children's librarians for many years, and we're here to help you anytime. So please reach out always with your questions. One thing we do each year and have done for 7 years now is our prize book program, and it gets better each year. We offer deep discounts on a list of books from many publishers that you can use for summer reading or for any giveaways you're doing at the library. What's new with it this year is we're offering temporary tattoos to you as a bonus to give to your patrons, and we're now offering a smaller selection in the fall months as well for events like winter reading programs or trunk or treat or 1,000 books before kindergarten. And just to mention, some of the titles that you see Title Talk today will be on the summer reading list. We do have a webinar coming up on November 6th, so please do scan that QR code if you're interested and check your email. I'm sure we'll be sending out a reminder about that webinar. Paw Prints Prebinds is another one of our favorite programs on the CATS team. We offer a lifetime guarantee on our sturdily bound Paw Prints Prebinds. If it falls apart, you call or email us to let us know, and we ship a new one to you for free. If you had special processing on it as well, we put that on for free too when we replace. And we are now the exclusive distributor for Voxbooks. If you use Voxbooks at your library, throw that in the chat. We love to hear about it. These are fantastic and great for parents who have to read the same book 20 times over and just need a break from reading it for the 21st time. They're great for in the car. They're great for, again, parents who don't want to read the same book 6 million times. And they're on sale right now through mid-November, so now's a great time to get some of those box books. And we have Boundless Kids and Teens. This is our ebook, e-media, talking book, and activity ecosystem all in one app. It tracks reading like your Apple Watch or Fitbit, counts steps, and comes with a bundle of ebooks, e-audio, video books, discussion guides, all in one yearly subscription price. If you have any questions on any of the solutions I've just discussed, please feel free to email us so that we can get you some more information. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that yet. Thank you everyone for joining us today. This is one of our favorite events to run, and we are so glad you're here. A little bit of housekeeping. We will be sending out CEU certificates after the presentation. And if you need to drop off for any reason, we will be sending out the recording after we're done, most likely tomorrow. So you will receive it. Now sit back and enjoy our fantastic publishers and their new spring 2025 offerings. We're going to start off with Bobby Benser of Paw Prints Publishing.
Thanks, Sarah. That was fantastic. You can hear me okay? Hi, librarians. Happy Tuesday. Happy fall. Glad to be here with you. So in case you didn't know, Baker & Taylor and Children's and Teen Services now has our own proprietary children's book imprint called Paw Prints Publishing. And so we have a few seasons now, and I'm here to talk about some of the titles we are presenting. We are bringing to market. Apologies, my phone is going off, so I'm going to turn it off here. Bringing to market in the spring and summer of 2025. The first, I'm going to start with some board books, and this is one of my favorite board books I've seen in a really, really long time. It's a fun rhyming story with a really unique twist. Readers can turn the books upside down when they reach the end of the story and have the story continue with an additional story. So it's a great value. It's 2 stories in one. A monkey is happily eating a banana when he sees a tiger. You can go to the next slide, Sarah. And off he runs in a sing-song rhyme through the forest, dodging perils until he reaches the safety of the book's end. And that is when kids are prompted to turn the book upside down to watch the monkey chase a lizard. It is so cute. And of course, it's got really fun, big, bold, beautiful artwork and a sing-song rhyme. I think it's just going to be perfect for little readers, and it's also oversized, which is nice for parents' laps. So you can keep going, Sarah. A series start with Teamwork Makes the Dream Work. So this has the really awesome transportation and automobiles with a SEL sensibility. We're launching with 2 in March. Bulldozer, digger, dump truck, and concrete mixer have a tough job ahead of them, and each one has their own story of resilience to tell as they meet the challenge to get the job done. And then in the second book, tractor, combine, baler, and teleporter have lots of work to do. Each one has their own story of courage and determination as they play their part to get the harvest done. What's really cool about this is, of course, kids love lift the flaps, but there's a unique spin here in that when you lift the flaps, you also get another story. So it's another story within a story. And we're hoping to do more of these planes, trains, and automobiles, which we're hoping will be a real motivator for kids. Sorry, I just had to get that in there, that pun in there in the morning. So this is not a spring title. This is a series that first pubbed earlier this year in March, and the sequel is pubbing next month, but it's a favorite of mine. And any like 8-9-year-old I've given the arc to has just like freaked out over it. And I'm really proud to share that the first book just received the Best Kids Book of the Year award in the graphic novel category from Good Housekeeping magazine, which that award is vetted and chosen by librarians, educators, parents, and kids. And it was one of 5 in the graphic novel category, was amongst some great company like Dogman and the like. So I thought that was really worth noting. It's gotten some really great reviews. Was a Children's Book Council Summer 24 showcase, and it combines magic, fantasy, STEAM. It's got a little bit of a Bluey feel to it because it's a really close multi-generational family. 2 sisters are the main characters. Mom is a scientist for the Magical Bureau of Science, and in the first book, for Cynthia and her sister Daisy have to save mom when her like science experiment goes awry, and a horde of zombie cupcakes go loose on the city. And in the second book, there's sort of an homage and nod to 80s and 90s stories like Honey, I Shrunk the Kid, when a shrink ray wreaks some havoc on the For Cynthia family. So it's really silly. What's really cool is we have a partnership going with the Girls Who STEAM National Nonprofit Initiative. And with them, we've created this really cool discussion guide, activity packet with all these STEAM-based activities that you can use at your library. We have temporary tattoos and a really cute sleepover mask that goes with the second book. So we have like a whole package that really makes this a fun early reader graphic novel series to share with your kids at the library and to do some fun programming around. So if that's something that sounds interesting to you, please just let anyone in CATS know, and we'll be able to hook you up with that stuff. We can move on to a June release of next year. So I'm sure many of you are fans of Luke Flowers, who is, does a lot of really great series. Obi Shinobi series. He's done the Unicorn Day, Mermaid Day illustrations, and he's come to us to do a really sweet, quirky narrative about a bunch of diverse animal friends who live on a farm called Forever Friends Farm. And in each episode of or each book, the friends have to come together and solve, a problem on the farm. In the first book, there is a new animal on the farm, Jasper the cat, and it's sort of implied he's an alley cat and from the city, and he's not used to teamwork, or he's kind of every cat for himself. And he's just come to the farm. He meets PG the goose and learns that all the animals on the farm are planning a party to celebrate PJ because he's just read a book all by himself for the first time. And after PJ introduces Jasper to all their friends, havoc wreaks loose on the party, and Jasper needs to learn the power of friendship and teamwork in order to have the party get back on the right track. It's really sweet. There's a download song that's available in the book, and this is the first of hopefully many books in the series for littlest readers. Okay, so my favorite book in the spring, summer is this winsome rhyming story of a young fairy named Farah who loves soccer but doesn't believe in herself, especially when the kingdom's naysayers think that fairies have no business, quote, flicking a ball. What is a budding fairy soccer champ to do? Full of imaginative imagery, laughs, bold art, and nod to well-known fairy tales, Farah the Soccer Fairy is a pitch-perfect book about confidence and following what's in your heart. It's no surprise that behind basketball, soccer is the most commonly played youth sport in the States. There aren't that many actual story time books about soccer, though. A lot of them are, biographies about famous soccer players. So this is a nice complement to those. This book is about promoting mental health and self-esteem through sports with, obviously a really accessible, fun, fractured fairy tale and rhyme. And it's just so stinking cute. So really excited about that one. This is a February release, just got a really lovely review from Publishers Weekly that just posted. And I think that it might be best just to read that review because it really says it all. Quote, Tran locates home in the embrace of a child's mother in this visually epic epistolary story. Opening, a child awakens alone to find a note. Dear son, mom is going to work early today. And spare instructions next offer reminders for the day, and skillfully emotive page-filling illustrations show the youth exploring larger-than-life urban surroundings as the note unfurls, but nothing compares until the end of the day when he's back in his mother's arms. So this is a really lovely nod to the childhood imagination, the childhood perspective, how everything seems bigger in life. As an adult looking back on your childhood and remembering things totally differently. And it's also a really different sort of mother-child story for them to share together. Do we have any Shel Silverstein or Jack Prelutsky fans out there? This one really reminds me of that work. It's a combination of really hilarious poems, all beginning with the refrain, quote, when a ... And it's perfect for any young reader who likes to read, write, and laugh. In this fantastical world of poems, we meet a dog who takes a wild car ride, a lost flower in search of home, a cranky crow who's having a bad day, and much more. And it's all combines with an activity that asks the reader to write their own poem and illustrations using the same refrain. Great for Poetry Day, obviously. And just got a couple more here. So for the intermediate readers who have graduated from leveled readers, easy readers, and are looking for things in the vein of everything from Magic Treehouse and Zoe and Sassafras and even the Babysitter's Club, will find it in this new series called The Wonderlands Friends. Lissa is the first main character that readers get to know. in Lissa Loves Bugs. We meet her. She is a possessed bug lover. And she comes across a miraculous magnifying glass on her 9th birthday that allows her to communicate with bugs. Sounds fun, but the forest and the garden behind Lissa's house is sick, poisoned, and all the bugs and flora are in danger. Thankfully, before long, she's summoned by a band of fireflies to help. Things take a strange turn when the magnifying glass gives Lissa's friend Luna the supernatural ability to spit out scientific names, chemistry equations, and facts about bugs that she never knew before. Together, the two friends team up to investigate, all with the clock ticking. Will they save their community and discover what could be hurting their ecosystem? So in each book, we meet a different member of the tween-aged friend group, of whom have their own scientific obsession on a series of adventures spurred by the magnifying glass. And there is plenty of black and white art throughout. It's super fun. And I'm really excited to see tween-age girls and boys come to the series. And then lastly, I would be remiss, that one publishes in May, by the way. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this fall release that is actually coming out in a couple weeks. It is our foray into middle grade fiction called All Mixed Up. This has gotten positive reviews from everybody from, let's see, from David Adler, Newbery winner Amina Lukman-Dawson, and even Newbery winner Dave Eggers have endorsed this middle grade story about two boys, one of whom is mixed race, the other is a new kid at school, a Pakistani immigrant who find first friendship in one another in the backdrop of 2002, so in the wake of 9/11. It tackles pretty tough topics like immigration, bullying, and identity, but with a lot of humor, a boy narrator, and a lot of boyish mischief and adventure. It's kind of got a nostalgic flair too, because it's set in, when the author was an adolescent, a middle schooler. The two characters in the book are 11 years old. They're 6th graders. And it's just such a really readable, quick, profound, well-written, funny, tender read about boyhood friendship, which is kind of hard to find in this category, I feel. And the author, Raj, is willing to go everywhere and anywhere to reach kids. I had the pleasure of going with him to a couple school visits last week, and the kids were so engaged, and it was really, really heartening to see. So that is our list. If you want to learn more about Paw Prince Publishing, please check out our Instagram page at Paw Prince Publishing. And we're also going to be launching a website, pawprincepublishing.com, in the coming weeks. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you, Bobby. All right, next up, we have Manaz Dar from Kirkus, and she's going to talk a little bit about Kirkus collections. And just a note, all of the selection lists from our title talks are already up in Title Source 360. All right, take it away, Manaz.
Great, thank you so much. So, hi, I am an editor at Kirkus Reviews. That name may sound familiar to those of you who do collection development or are reading a lot of book reviews. So first up, what is Kirkus Collections? This is a curation service that helps librarians doing their collection development work find diverse books that are both culturally sensitive and that are strong works with high literary merit. And that last really sets us apart. There are a lot of places that offer roundups or book lists, and the titles that we choose for our Kirkus collections are vetted as really high quality materials. So we pull out these books into categories that include cultural groups, for instance, related to race, religion, LGBTQ status, and then also the book's genre or type. So how are titles chosen, you might be wondering, for Kirkus collections? It all starts with our reviews. When we are assigning a book to a reviewer, we try to match it with a reviewer who has that lived experience. So if we have a YA book about a trans kid falling in love, we would try to send it to a trans reviewer who loves romance. If we have a picture book about Black history, we might send that to a Black reviewer who has a knowledge and love of history, that sort of thing. So then our reviewers will evaluate the book for literary merit, for inclusivity, for a cultural sensitivity. When they're reviewing, they're also going to be filling out a little form at the end of the review, and that will kind of talking about different representations in the book, and we editors use that to decide whether the book truly belongs in Kirkus collections, and if so, where. And it's important to note that it's really only recommended books that are going into Kirkus collections. If the book is boring or badly written or anything else, we're not going to put it into Kirkus collections just because it has a certain kind of representation. So next slide, we're gonna next talk about the levels of cultural awareness. So we group books, of course, by things like genre and cultural identity. So for instance, we have a Kirkus collection called East Asian Characters in Picture Books. We've got one that's called Mysteries with Black Characters. So in addition to that, we also have 3 levels of cultural awareness. And the first one is called identification. And identification books are where the cultural identity informs the plot, but it's not necessarily the center of the narrative. So an example might include Jerry Craft's Newbery-winning New Kid, which I'm sure everyone remembers. That's about a young boy named Jordan starting a new school, grappling with uncertainty as he makes new friends. A huge component of the book is him being one of few Black kids at school and the microaggressions that he encounters. So his identity is really informing it, even though the book is also about just him being a new kid, him, dealing with his love of art, his family, all of those good things. Another example is the book Watercress by Andrea Wang and Jason Shin, about a young girl feeling embarrassment and shame as her family picks watercress on the side of the road to eat. There being Chinese immigrants, a family of immigrants, isn't necessarily what the book is about. It's not about coming from somewhere to this country, but it's informing her emotions and setting the book into this really crucial context. Next up, we have books that are inclusion books, where the cultural identity is really more in the background. It's not really mentioned by name explicitly. So some examples are the classic picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats. For a more modern example, a great one that I love is Jabari Jumps by Gaia Cornwall, about a young Black kid summoning the courage to master the high diving board at the pool. These characters, their Blackness isn't talked about in the book, but of course, when librarians are doing their collection development, putting out book displays, they're going to want to know that the book is about a Black kid. So it's important to have a way to pull that out. And then finally, we have learning. So these books are ones where identity is at the center and there's a strong educational component. A lot of nonfiction falls into this category. For example, Kwame Alexander's The Undefeated, his unforgettable look at Black history, where identity is crucial because we're learning about history, we're learning about culture. Another example that I love is Leslie Ann Newman's Heather Has Two Mommies. To borrow Rudine Sims Bishop's language, this is really a great window into the experience of living in a family with 2 same-sex parents. It's designed to teach kids, what is this about? What's going on here? And it's, clearly the identity is at the center, it's the title. So that's just a little glimpse of our Kirkus collections. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to point out that the Kirkus Children's and YA selection lists on Title Source 360 have been revamped to include 7 selection lists per Kirkus collection. To peruse the list, go to selection lists and Kirkus Collections children/YA. Right up next, we have Rita King from Random House. Go Rita.
Hi, everyone, and a big thank you to B&T for hosting such an amazing event. My name is Rita King, and I am the Random House Children's Book National Account Manager. We have a lot of great titles for spring 2025, but today I would just like to highlight a few. Feel free to request to read any of our digital ARCs by visiting NetGalley or by reaching out to your amazing B&T Cats team for help. We would love to hear from you. So let's kick off with New York Times bestselling author of Miss Rachel and the Special Surprise. For many young children and their caregivers, potty training is an uncertain time in their lives. Miss Rachel's comforting and age-appropriate potty time board book is fun, educational, and perfect for those embarking on this milestone. As you can see, we have some more exciting new Miss Rachel books to come throughout 2025 that are sure to be a hit with your young patrons. Another board book that will be a hit is Big Feelings and All in Our Welcome book. It's now in board book format, perfect for tiny kiddos with big feelings. This book is written in a gently reassuring rhyme that makes it ideal for toddler time. It has colorful, expressive, and approachable illustrations that are full of detail to help kids connect with words and their emotions. And on to one of my favorite picture books for the season, and great for all owl lovers, To See an Owl by Matthew Cordell. This is a sweet story about a girl's efforts to spot an owl. Owls are hidden creatures of the night, and Janie has always dreamed of finding one. She searches everywhere for signs of an owl. Next slide. And on the open prairie for short-eared owls. She searches on the beach for snowy owls and for great horned owls in the woods near her home. Months go by and she doesn't see one owl. Her teacher is also a fellow bird lover and shares with Janie that he has also waited for a long time to see an owl and assures her that if she is very quiet and very patient and looks very closely, she might just find one. Some time passes, and as the snow begins to fall, Janie and her mother head into the woods again, and she looks carefully. Hidden high up in the trees, what she sees is pure magic. This is a beautiful story about quiet perseverance that will resonate with anyone who has experienced the anticipation of discovering a rare treasure in the wild. Matthew has a passion for owls, and the book is filled with information that only someone with his level of interest would know. It also offers a positive message about patience and achieving something through perseverance. The character keeps a journal filled with facts about owls that help readers find elusive birds in nature. You might recognize some of Matthew's other books, such as Wolf in the Snow, Evergreen, and Hello Neighbor. This book would be perfect for library programs such as Story Walks or Storytime. And our next title, Bird Lore by Jess Keating, is a true story of Florence Marion Bailey, the groundbreaking scientist who inspired a nation to take up bird watching and worked tirelessly to protect our feathered friends. And before Florence, there really wasn't any real bird watching per se. Scientists studied birds in labs. Florence changed all of that. And ever since childhood, she wanted to show the world what made these creatures special. She wanted everyone to care as much as she did. So she taught classes, printed pamphlets, and eventually began leading bird walks so people could see them with their own eyes. Florence changed the way we look at birds, inspiring millions to follow in her footsteps on bird walks of their own. The illustrations are absolutely gorgeous, as you can see from the spread, by award-winning Devin Holsworth, who illustrated Listen. And Jess, the author, is a zoologist and a trusted scientist writer in the kidlit world, whose titles include Shark Lady and Ink is for Blobfish. This title is great for Earth Day and Women's History Month. The Lonely Goose. This is a beautiful lyrical nonfiction picture book about loss. It follows the lives of a pair of Canada geese, and as they perform their courtship rituals, raise nests full of chicks, and migrate with the seasons until one goose must brave the world alone. The stunning illustrations help bring the story of these geese bonded forever to life. They have 6 eggs and then 6 chicks, and they teach them how to fly. But one of the geese in the partnership becomes ill and dies. So what happens to the other partner goose? She is forced suddenly to brave the world on her own until a new partner goose comes along, calling to her with his own powerful moves. This beautiful structured picture book will inspire young readers to take a closer look at the natural world around them. The illustrator Ann Hunter won the Geisel Honor for Ware's Baby and is known for her distinctive scratch style nature illustrations. There is back matter that will give more info about geese and their habits, including the mention of lead in our environment being a threat, how they each greet each other, and the fact that goose will mourn for as long as 2 years after its mate has died. Other geese might keep that goose company for a while, but when they migrate, they'll still migrate when he or she is left behind. I think that this picture book will have a special place on library shelves. It is great story for story time and even story time walks during those summer months where children may see geese. Otto and the Story Tree. This is a magical story that shows the love of storytelling and connection. A cranky old bird named Otto lives in a dirty and dark house. He could dust, but who wants to be bothered with dusting? He had mottled old feathers because he rarely took a bath. He lived in the dark because he never opened the windows. And one day, while making his evening meal, he drops a seed on the floor. He could pick it up, but who could be bothered? So he settles into his armchair and starts to tell a story about being caught in a fierce storm while riding in a hot air balloon to a little seed. And the next morning, he noticed it had sprouted. So each day, Otto would tell the sprout stories, and each day, the sprout grew bigger, next slide, and bigger, until finally the sprout is a full-grown tree, which grows right through the top of the house. And animals gather in its top branches every night to listen to one of Otto's marvelous stories. And so it went every night. Otto never thought about patching up the holes in his ceiling. What's the point? This book is sure to be a librarian favorite as it celebrates the magic of storytelling. Vivian Mildenberger has illustrated other texts, including Cybert Honor-winning All in a Drop by Laurie Alexander, but this is her exciting debut as both author and illustrator. And next we have You Are a Wildlife Warrior, Saving Animals and the Planet by daughter of Steve Irwing, debut author and world-renowned conservationist Bindi Irwin. This is a book with a message to kids about how they can help protect the planet and all who call it home. It features exclusive Irwin family photos and animal fun facts. Readers will step inside the zoo and see what nature has to offer. There are leopards, kangaroos, and of course, crocodiles. On your tour, you will learn about these amazing animals and their habitats. Observe how they live and grow and all the ways we can protect them. And more importantly, readers will discover the wildlife warrior within. People have been obsessed with the Irwin family since the success of The Crocodile Hunter. And as Bindi, the Jungle Girl, hits screens, it is clear that interest hasn't waned. Bindi also has over 6 million followers on Instagram and 3 million Facebook fans. She was recently featured in People, Good Morning America, and Entertainment Tonight. The Irwin family have also committed to promote wildlife warriors via their media channels. And as a new mom, Bindi is committed to welcome the next generation of conservationists. There is bonus back matter, and there are animal facts sprinkled throughout the book. It comes out in time for any Earth Day displays or programs you may be having. And next we have Squash the Cat Stuck in the Middle. Squash the cat, who looks a lot like a vegetable, and super friendly Maggie are always together morning, noon, and night. Squash is a nap and a lap kind of cat, and Maggie is a sparkling in the spotlight kind of girl. And despite their many differences, the two are the best of friends. That is until a new pirate toy captures Maggie's attention, and it seems just as Squash had feared her affection. And now three's a crowd, and Squash feels left out and jealous. In this story of accountability and forgiveness, these cute characters help kids learn the important lesson of owning up to your actions and being able to accept an apology. It helps teach young readers the important social emotional skill that when best friends fight, you can still be friends. This is a fun read out loud story with a larger than life character, and it is a great teaching tool that shows kids that friendship can survive and thrive out of jealousy. Sasha Mayer is an illustrator and writer with a background in children's entertainment. Squash the Cat came out in August of 2023, and if you haven't had the chance to check that book out, I would highly recommend it. Both Squash titles lend themselves to be great storytime reads and one that will not disappoint kids. Okay, some exciting news here. The Teeny Weeny Unicorn is back. Once upon a time, there was a teeny weeny unicorn that wished to be big, but he never saw a shooting star and a ladybug never landed on his arm. So when he comes across a dandelion poof, he decides to give his wish one last try. With a little help from a gust of lucky wind and a clever princess, the teeny weeny unicorn sets off on a quest to find something littler than he is. Little does he know he is in for a big surprise as he becomes a big brother, and he learns that growing up doesn't always mean getting bigger, and whether we are big or small, we are all just the right size. With characters that will crack you up and illustrations to brighten any day, here's a perfect picture book to share at storytime again and again. In the sequel, kids will continue to find the teeny weeny unicorn relatable as he reaffirms he is the perfect size. There is a lot of humor, and kids will find themselves laughing along to all the stops Teeny Weeny makes on his quest. Sean Harris won a Caldecott honor for his debut, Have You Ever Seen a Flower? His work has been praised in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and more. And next we have A Gift of Dust. This is a new awe-inspiring picture book that takes you on a journey of Saharan dust and how it plays a crucial role in sustaining life across the globe and perfectly illustrates the interconnectedness of our planet. This dust of what lived once sustains what lives today and what will be born tomorrow. Follow the incredible journey of ancient catfish dust beginning in Chad, West Africa, and traveling across continents and oceans. Witness how this seemingly insignificant dust nourishes the Amazon rainforest, slows hurricanes, and impacts ecosystems far and wide. Through lyrical, fact-based verse and stunning illustrations by Caldecott honoree Juana Martinez Neal, A Gift of Dust reveals the profound impact of Saharan dust on our planet. Nonfiction picture books are increasingly popular, and with the growing concern for wilderness preservation, this book provides valuable insights into the importance of Saharan dust in our ecosystem. The book also includes extensive back matter with additional information about Saharan dust, a map, and resources for further study. And here are a few of our home edit titles coming out, inspired by the home edit on Netflix for the season, which, if you haven't heard, the big news is that the authors are the new stars of ABC's Extreme Makeover Home Edition, which is currently in the works. We have The Rainbow Cleanup. It's a new picture book that is a rainbow-colored spring cleaning home edit style. And it's for kids. Best friends Hannah and Mia come to a breaking point with the mess they have and get a little magical help from the furniture that come to life to tidy up. Rainbow style, of course. And then we have Messy or Neat. It's a board book with lift the flaps that inspire little ones to keep their spaces neat instead of messy. And we have some fun new titles in our Step Into Reading series, which is a comprehensive leveled reader program designed to give every child a successful reading experience. We have the new Boxcar series starting and also our Step 1 comic reader, More Trees, Please. And we are also updating our phonics sets and are on set 2. Paw Prints versions are being created for the first time for these sets, making them accessible and easy to circulate at your library. We're super excited for that partnership. And now we have Earl and Worm. In this book, we learn that sometimes bad ideas lead to good friendships. Earl and Worm have been friends for a very, very long time, but their friendship had a rocky start. Earl is a happy-go-lucky bird who plays saxophone to his plants because they love music in the morning. And his neighbor Worm, on the other hand, well, Worm is the exact opposite. She would rather read in silence. How will these very different neighbors become the very best of friends? With some sweet lemonade, the right shade of paint, and an unfinished poem, and most of all, sharing a little bit about themselves. This giggle-inducing early reader kicks off a brand new not-to-miss series featuring 2 Unlucky Friends by Geisel Award-winning author Greg Pizzoli. So moving into our graphic novels, we have a big announcement, which you might be able to guess from the slide. Junie B. Jones and the Stupid Smelly Bus is now in graphic novel format. So following in the footsteps of beloved series like Babysitter's Club and Magic Treehouse, Junie B. Jones is now available in a graphic novel format, making her stories more accessible and engaging for young readers. With over 75 million copies sold and multiple USA Today and New York Times bestsellers, Junie B. Jones is the chapter book market leader. This new adaptation expands the Junie B. verse into an exciting new category. So the world's funniest kindergartner is ready for school. But is school ready for Junie B? After more than 30 years as a beloved favorite, Junie B. is coming to graphic novel with fun, full-color adaptations that give kids more ways to read Junie B. And this new graphic novel series is adapted by Colleen AF, stands for Anne Felicity Venable, which she just prefers AF, just like Junie B, and Honey Bee. Colleen also wrote Caddy the Cat Sitter. She identifies herself as Junie B, jokingly, and wanted to be true to the series, but makes some very small changes in order to relate to kids today. And Honey honors the original artwork, but makes the characters a little more contemporary and a little younger for the beginner reader. She talks about modernizing Room 9, like the addition of a sensory toys and different types of stations like a science station, math station, etc. So we plan to pub 1 per season. And as you can see here on the slide, there's a rich backlist of titles to be published in this new graphic novel format to keep the love of Junie B coming. And earlier this year, we launched the first ever Dr. Seuss graphic novel with Cat Out of the Water by Art Balthazar. Chapter book graphic novels are one of the fastest growing categories, and we are over the moon to bring Dr. Seuss' iconic characters to life in a new format that kids, and let's face it, some adults will love to read. And this season we have Green Eggs and Ham, Take a Hike. And again, for this next coming fall, just to give you a peek, we also have another Art Balthazar one coming and so many things to do. And just a quick peek at some of Art's brilliant illustrations. And next we have the Magic Treehouse Fact Tracker Dinosaurs, now in graphic novel format. Filled with up-to-date information and fun tidbits from Jack and Annie, the Magic Treehouse Fun Fact Tracker graphic novels are the perfect way for kids to find out more about the topics they discovered in their favorite Magic Treehouse adventures. The vibrant colors and active scenes will keep young readers engaged and inspired. This is the first fact tracker to be in graphic novel format, and there are plans to be more. And just a couple of new series. The first one is a duology, and the second one's a 3-book series. But this new series, Bart Boy and Reeky Dog, is great for fans of graphic novels like Captain Underpants, Dog Man, and Max Meow. Imagine a superhero who uses super smelly farts to fight crime. This fresh and funny take on superhero tales will captivate young readers and keep them laughing from start to finish. The second book is scheduled for spring 2026. And like I mentioned, it's scheduled to be a duology. And then we have Steve L. McEvil. Steve is not your typical hero. He's aiming to be the greatest supervillain ever. This fresh twist on the good versus evil trope will captivate young readers and keep them hooked. This series is perfect for both boys and girls, making it a versatile addition to any library, and the themes of superheroes and supervillains are perennial favorites. And like I mentioned at the beginning, this book is planned for a 3-book series. And I won't go too much into the continuing series details. I just wanted to show you the new titles coming out and some of the more popular series that libraries will not want to miss. They are part of the Baker and Taylor Automatically Yours program to make ordering these titles super easy. And now we'll go on to Speak Up Santiago. In this debut of this irresistible contemporary graphic novel series, 12-year-old New York City Santi is heading upstate for a summer adventure filled with friends, family, community, and identity. It's perfect for fans of Mexikid and the Click series. Santi is excited to spend the summer in Hillside Valley, meeting local kids, savoring his abuela's delicious food, and exploring the town. But there's one problem. Santi doesn't speak Spanish very well, and it feels like everyone he meets in Hillside does. There's Sol, a soccer player who loves books, Willie the artist, Alejandro, Santi's unofficial tour guide, and Nico, Alejandro's brother, and a blue belt in karate. Amidst their adventures, Santi worries about his Spanish. What if he can't keep up? Does that mean he's not Colombian enough? Will Santi find his confidence and his voice, or will his worries cost him new friendships and the chance to play in Hillside's summer soccer tournament? This book has multiple hooks and themes. It is an intergenerational story. It has boy and girl characters, bilingual representation and identity, community immigration, soccer, and more. Each book in the series will follow a different kid in Santi's friend group, and book 2 is slated for spring 2026. The author is a Cuban and Colombian American from Miami. He currently resides in New York City, and he is best known for his comic book series Home and his work at Marvel and DC Comics. This is his middle grade debut. The illustrator is a queer Mexican-American comic artist and illustrator, and Gabi made her graphic novel debut with Lo and Behold. And our next book, A Song for You and I, is a new heartfelt and magical world. It's a must-read graphic novel from the best-selling author of The Moth Keeper and The Tea Dragon Society. This enchanting tale blends soft fantasy with a tender romance, capturing the essence of self-discovery and the power of unlikely friendships. Being a ranger means adventure, action, and protecting the weak. But who protects the ranger when they lose their way? Rowan knows exactly what they want: to be a ranger, protecting their village alongside their trusted flying horse, Cass. But when Rowan's eagerness to prove their worth results in Cass getting injured, Rowan is suddenly unsure if they are capable of being the protector they've always dreamed of becoming. With Cass needing time to heal, Rowan is assigned a slow and winding expedition. So Rowan finds frustration in these repeated failures at even the simplest of tasks, and Leon's own struggles and endless support reveal new possibilities to Rowan. So they have an unlikely friendship, and could it blossom into something more? And if it does, will Rowan be able to leave Leon behind to pursue their dream of becoming a ranger once Cass is healed? Known for their best-selling fantasy stories, Kay O'Neill adds another gem to their impressive body of work with A Song for You and I, featuring genuine struggles, heartfelt stories, and beautiful art that resonates with every reader. The Dragon's Apprentice. What happens when you accidentally summon a dragon? In this enchanting fantasy adventure, 12-year-old Ciara accidentally summons an ancient and rather ornery dragon named Scorch, striking an unexpected deal to learn the magic she needs to save her mother. Living in the village of Skal under the oppressive rule of the warden and the emperor, Ciara finds herself in hot water when her mom is arrested for possessing a forbidden book. In a desperate attempt to fix things, she uses the book to summon Scorch, a dragon who has been asleep for 1,000 years and is none too pleased to be awakened by a tiny human with big demands. Scorch is bewildered by the modern world and frustrated by the absence of his old friends, including his apprentice Bianca and the legendary Dragon Mog. Now he's stuck with an overly eager new apprentice, Ciara, who needs his help to rescue her mom and unravel the Empire's lies. But there's a catch: only the Emperor is allowed to use magic. With the warden's soldiers hot on their trail and constant bickering throughout their mission, Ciara and Scorch must learn to work together. If they succeed, they might just save her mom and discover the hidden truth of their world. This is great for fans of the Story Thieves and Half Upon a Time series, and James Riley's signature blend of fantasy, humor, and adventure. It also has a shorter page count of 240, making it a more accessible fantasy. From the beloved author of Hidden Truths comes Same Page, a powerful and engaging novel about 6th grade class president Beth Stein, who rallies her friends and a group of rock star librarians called the Book Warriors to combat a book ban at her middle school. Beth Stein is more than ready to be the 6th grade class president, with tons of ideas, including a book vending machine, and her new friend June as vice president. They seem unstoppable, but when the books they wanted included in the vending machine come under fire, Beth is stunned. How could one person believe they have the right to decide what others can read? And to make matters worse, June's mom is leading the fight against the books, throwing everything into chaos. Beth misses June, but she is determined to ensure that kids who might like these books get the chance to read them, even if it means risking her friendship with June. With such different opinions, will they ever be on the same page? This book tackles the very real and relatable issue of book banning from a child's perspective. It also features responsible and caring adults like librarians who help the kids navigate these difficult truths. The story is infused with plenty of middle school drama to help keep young readers engaged. And my last title for this morning is It's All or Nothing Veil. All these months of staring at the wall, all these months of feeling weak, it's ending. I'm going back to fencing, and then it will be like nothing ever happened. No one knows hard work and dedication like Valentino Camacho, and Vale's thing is fencing. She's the top athlete at her fencing gym, or she was until the accident. After months away, Vale is finally cleared to fence again, but it's much harder than before. Her body doesn't move the way it used to, and worst of all is the new number one Mirka when she sweeps Vale aside with her perfect form and easy smile. Vale just can't accept that. But the harder she fights to catch up, the more she realizes her injury isn't the only thing holding her back. If she can't leave her accident in the past, then what does she have to look forward to? In this moving novel from Newbery Honor-winning author, one girl finds her way back to her life's passions and discovers that the sum of a person's achievements doesn't amount to the whole of them. Vale struggles to come to terms with her new disability, and her journey revolves around finding her new normal. Her story normalizes therapy, open communication, and most of all, being kind to yourself and others. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. All right, up next, we have Barefoot Books, and Kate DePalma will be presenting. Take it away, Kate.
Hi, good morning. Is my audio working? Great. I am so excited to be presenting a whole bunch of really great new books to you this morning. My name is Kate DePalma. I am executive editor at Barefoot Books, and I'm calling in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania this morning, though Barefoot is located in Concord, Massachusetts. So the first book I am going to be showing you guys this morning is called Quasi and Nana Ruby Learn to Swim. This is a gorgeous picture book for ages 6 to 8. It's about Quasi, who wants to learn how to swim and is surprised to learn that his Nana Ruby can't swim either. Let's take a look inside at this beautiful artwork. Nana Ruby comes over for dinner and has a conversation with Quasi about swimming and about why she never learned to swim. She moved to the US from Ghana when she was young, and segregation at the pools in the US meant that she wasn't allowed in the pools and never learned how to swim. So when Quasi feels nervous about learning to swim, Nana Ruby comes with him and they learn how to swim together. Look at this gorgeous, vibrant artwork. I love it so much. How do they find the strength to do this incredible feat? If you click to the next slide, you will see this cool illustration of Mami Wata, who is a sea creature from West African lore. And Nana Ruby tells Quasi about Mami Wata, and they draw on her strength as they conquer their fears and learn how to swim. So I love that this is a, kind of classic learn how to swim book, but it's also intergenerational and also has this really, really cool element of West African mythology that takes it kind of to a whole different level. So because this has so many different elements, as you can imagine, there's a lot for kids in this age group that might be new. So on the next slide, you will see that we've got a Barefoot Classic, which is lots of educational end matter. So in this book, we very often have author's note. We've also got a glossary. We've got a map. We have a chart that shows different naming traditions in Ghana, Adinka story symbols, lots going on to kind of keep the learning going. And if you guys know Barefoot, you know that this is what we always do in our books. To kind of expand the age range and let the book grow with the kid. So on the next slide, we've got our sort of list of what we love the most about this book. Like I said, intergenerational books are always really special to us. We love the social emotional aspect of like perseverance, and the fact that this child names and acknowledges their fears. It's not just about sort of like rushing past them, like sitting with them and being with them is important. The kind of special significance of swimming and learning to swim in Black American history is explored in this book, and also sort of the cultures of the African diaspora with this really cool West African mythology. And we love the cool educational end matter. I think on the next slide we have comp titles, but we will just keep on moving because I've got lots to show you. I'm really excited to show you Ramadan on Rama Road, which is going to be coming in spring just in time for Ramadan. This is going to release February 4th, and Ramadan is supposed to start around February 28th. So we're calling this a recipe storybook, which is a really cool new format that I hope we will kind of explore a little bit more, where it is stories and text with recipes sort of incorporated throughout the book rather than sort of a story with recipes at the end. So let's take a look inside. So the families on Rama Road come from all over the world. So when it comes time for Ramadan, they have an iftar potluck. If you are less familiar with Ramadan, iftar is the fast breaking meal at sundown. So you can see everybody gathered here for iftar at the end of the book. So leading up to this iftar potluck, on the next slide, you will see how the kind of recipe storybook works. We have a story about how the family is preparing a food from their culture on one side of the page, and then the actual recipe on the other side. So the recipes are sort of woven throughout. And as we all know, food is definitely the most accessible way to learn about different cultures. So this is a really cool way to participate. And over to the next spread, of course, we've got lots of great end matter that gives more information about Ramadan, about iftar. There's more kind of bonus recipes with ideas for drinks and toppings. And this book was developed, of course, by a Muslim team of contributors, including my colleague Autumn. So we made sure that the book does not assume that you are or are not familiar with Ramadan as you read. So the book is appropriate for reading with everybody. We find that sometimes books about lesser represented cultures sometimes assume that the reader is not from that culture, which can be really off-putting for people who are from the culture. So we think this book is going to be really, really great for welcoming all children to learn about Ramadan during this really important sacred time of year. On the next slide, we've got our list of things that we love. I think this recipe storybook format is really, really cool because it makes the recipe sort of part of the story, instead of saying, okay, well, you'll look at that when you're cooking and you'll read the story now. It gives you a chance to kind of engage with the recipe as a piece of literature. What goes into the food, talk about it, even if you're not going to make it. I think the aspects of community and cooperation are really nice, and also gives a chance to kind of start a conversation about fasting, which may be new to some kids and is definitely a social emotional topic for everybody. There are lots of cool cultures represented here. I will not read them all off, but you guys can bring this back and pause it if you want to. There's such a need for great Ramadan books, and this is one that is great, that kind of used throughout Ramadan and all the way to Eid. And of course, we've got great educational and matter to welcome kids into the book. This is going to be a really cool one out for Ramadan. I am especially excited to tell you guys about the next book because it is my baby. I have been in the Situation Room working on this book head down with all of my energy for the last 18 months, and it's really, really exciting to for it to kind of be launching out into the world. That it's not our final cover, but it gives you a really good taste. So you guys may or may not have heard that America is turning 250 years old in 2026. And the celebrations are actually going to start in the spring of next year in Concord, Massachusetts, where Barefoot is located. So we asked ourselves a really big, difficult question, which is, what are we going to want to say to our readers about 250 years of American history in this moment in time, given our list that is all about diversity and inclusion? And it was a big, difficult question. And so we've answered it with a suite of books that we are hoping will take a look at American history and American culture in a way that is both honest about the things that are difficult and also hopeful, give kids sort of a place to go. Because I think we felt that there's so much that is dismantling, our ideas, our traditional ideas of American history, but that doesn't necessarily leave you with anywhere to go. So we wanted to find a way to be honest, but also hopeful. So the first book out of this suite of books is called Rise Up, Powerful Protests in American History. So let's take a look inside. I'm so proud. It's like I'm introducing you guys to my child. So this book shows 25 moments of rebellion, resistance, and protest in American history. It's told in rhyming lyrical text written by debut author Rachel C. Katz, who absolutely crushed this book. She's a classroom educator of history for 16 years and incredible author who brought her incredible energy to this book. And we went to British Trinidadian illustrator Sophie Bass. She calls herself an artivist, and her art is really bold and full of activist themes, and the combination of their skills has created something really that kind of like blows your hair back, that connects the American Revolution to all of the different revolutions for rights throughout American history. So on the next slide, you'll see another interior. You can see some of the interiors show two different events to kind of like compare and contrast. And because there's a lot going on, we've got these sort of info boxes on each spread that give you a little bit more information about what's happening in each of the protests. So that you have the sort of lyrical text, you've got the illustration, and then you've got some sort of like straightforward nonfiction text that kind of helps you along. And of course, that is not all. We have really, really rich end matter in this book. We've got a map of events. We've got a timeline of events. On the next slide, you'll see an example of all of the detailed nonfiction notes. You can see the book is still in development. We don't have that artwork dropped in yet. That gives you a lot more information about the event, what led to it, what happened, and then what happened as a result of the protest, of the resistance, which gives us a chance to unpack some of the really big themes that are happening in this book and help readers along. In addition to our expert author, we have also worked with a team of expert consultants to make sure that we are dealing with all of the tricky topics in the book correctly. I think for librarians in particular, this book is going to be a really interesting opportunity for programming. There's so much to kind of talk about and unpack that I think it will give you guys a lot to do and talk about as America 250 comes closer. We're calling this 6 to 8, but I think all the end matter and the kind of inviting artwork and lyrical text means it's got a really wide age range. So on our list of things we love about this book, on the next slide, we, of course, are really excited about the activist theme, but something that we found is that there's lots of books about individual change makers, but we couldn't find as many books about the idea of collective action and lots of people coming together, not just sort of like one charismatic figure. We have a great collection of nonfiction titles that are unpacked in beautiful lyrical text with gorgeous artwork. It's really unique for our list, and they're super popular because they invite you in to learn about the real world with art. Great representation of human diversity. We got queer folks, disabled folks, folks from all kinds of different marginalized groups. We move into American history, which is sort of new for Barefoot, and then we've got all the great end matter. All right, so moving right along. Next, I've got my last 4 books are books that are additions to series. So you guys may be familiar with our sing-alongs. If you're not, you've got to check them out. They are picture books with an audio and video sing-along component. They are wonderful. Speaking of programming, they are wonderful for sing-along story hours. They're sort of a cornerstone of the Barefoot list. And adding to that list for our America 250 collection is Take Me Out to the Ball Game, the classic song. This is our America 250 book for ages 3 to 5. Kids ages 3 to 5 are not quite on the developmental horizon to learn about American history as it is. So we're kind of mapping it on to the history of baseball for this book. So it's a fun baseball sing-along, but it's a lot more. So let's take a look inside. So it's the classic song that you know, but we've written new verses that cover American history. And we learn about Jackie Robinson, segregation. We learn about the women's leagues, which is what you're seeing on this spread, even up to how electricity and night baseball changed the game. So all about the different ways that baseball has sort of evolved through the years, but written to the fun, take me out to the ball game tune with the classic like rousing sing along with a beer in your hand chorus. The author, if you want to go to the next slide, take a look at the next piece of art. The author is so cool. She is a Cuban American Major League Baseball journalist named Natalie Alonso, who also has a like strong passion for activism and American history. So when we came to her with this idea, she was like, "Oh my God, this is like the project that I was born to do." And she did a genius job of making this into a fun song for little kids that also really covers a lot. So it really covers a wide age range. You can just enjoy it for baseball, or you can learn all about history. And of course, as always, we've got a lot of great end matter. So you can see on the next spread, we learn more about baseball, the history of baseball, the basics. We'll learn more about the folks in the book, and in baseball and inclusion, and talk specifically about some of the issues of segregation you see in the book. Don't want to take up too much time, want to make sure I get through everything. But it's cool that this book shows baseball's evolution over time, and also shows kind of the impact around the world of baseball beyond the United States. Joins our sing-along collection, high interest topic with sports. Also joining our kind of America 250 collection that's dealing with American culture and American history, and unpacked in lots of great educational end matter. So the next series we are adding to is our board books. It's something we do really well. This collection of books for toddlers and preschoolers, I think, is just sort of like a perfect board book series. And I can say that because I was not the editor for this. My colleague Lisa was. This was created by a team of parents who just kind of are themselves in the trenches with kids this age. And they just deal with common daily issues that come up with toddlers and preschoolers ages 2 to 3-ish. And they're available all in English and bilingual Spanish. So coming new to this series in the spring are 2 books, Won't Go and Not Tired. You've got to see the face on the little girl on the cover of Not Tired. Anyone who has ever tried to put a preschooler to bed knows that face strikes fear in your heart. So these 2 books deal with classic issues, not wanting to go to bed, and struggle with a transition, not wanting to leave or go somewhere. So Won't Go deals with the little girl who does not want to go to ballet class with her 2 dads and her baby brother. So what I love about these books, if you want to take a look inside and kind of click through slowly, is that they're written in the child's voice. So the interiors that we see are in bilingual Spanish. Bedtime? No. Stay. They are simple, straightforward. Anybody can understand them. And I just think they are so, so funny with such darling artwork. And here in this, I love the family in this book and the little girl who does not want to go. The dad uses a really clever strategy to get her to leave. He puts a tutu on his head and makes her laugh and kind of distracts her. And then at the end, when her baby brother doesn't want to leave the ballet either, she puts a tutu on her head to distract him. So she uses what she's learned. I just think this series is genius beyond words. The SEL for preschoolers and toddlers just starting to learn and deal with their feelings. And what I love about them is they offer like constructive solutions for caretakers that are gentle, that help kids like through these sort of transitions and deal with their feelings. And we, as you often find in our books, we have a lot of queer and disability rep in our books that is sort of like quiet, that you wouldn't necessarily notice. But Not Tired has a mom with an arm amputation, and we saw the 2-dad family in Won't Go. And along to another series that's my baby. I am the series editor for Our World, and I am prouder than I can say of how it has grown. And I want to, since I have the opportunity to be speaking to so many librarians, would love if you guys have requests for countries you would most love to see, please put them through. I keep a big database of requests because we're always wanting to choose the best countries to possibly put forward. So coming to the Our World series in the spring are 3 new titles. You'll see on the next slide: England, USA, and Turkey. And we chose England and USA because we've got America 250 coming up. So we, of course, needed to have USA. It'd be great to put out for 4th of July and those kinds of things. And England is, of course, always a high interest topic. I want to point out the title of Turkey. Some people have asked the question, oh, why isn't it spelled Turkey the way that I'm expecting it to? The country Turkey actually officially changed its name recently. So this is actually now the official name in English. So we have not broken with our convention in this series of naming the countries with our names. And as you can imagine, boiling the USA down to 8 spreads for this book was a massive challenge, and you've just got to see what we did with the interiors. It's super, super cool. And if you're not familiar with these books, each one, if you want to click over to the list of things that we love, what makes them really, really special is that each book is created by author and illustrator who have personal experience in the nation that is being featured. They live there, they grew up there, they have lived experience as part of that culture. And in doing so, we are showing a real view of what it's like to be in that country. It's not a tourist view, it's not a visitor's view. You're not seeing landmarks, you're seeing daily life, what people eat, how people say hello, what you might say before you go to bed at night, daily life. So it's a global awareness for very, very young children, created specifically for 0+. And those of you who have said that it would be cool to see those in paperback. All right, cool. The very last thing to show you is our Barefoot baby proof books. These came out for the first time this year, and we're going to be expanding it in the spring. This is a format you guys might be familiar with, printed on a special paper that makes it chomp proof, waterproof, rip proof, really great for libraries so they don't get destroyed. So we're adding 4 more books to this series on the next slide. Baby's First Words, which I co-authored. I'm Sunny Scribbins, don't tell. If you're happy and you know it, Who Are You, Baby Kangaroo, and Over in the Meadow. And we're just really excited to see this series taking off. We're really proud of the way that these take a format that people are sort of familiar with this special paper, but it's got our level of Barefoot content, beautiful artwork, really rich content, longer extent. They're the superior book in this particular format, so we're really proud of it. Well, I really appreciate everybody's time today. I know that we're on a limited schedule, so I want to let you guys move along to the next person. But thank you so much, and thanks everybody for all of your suggestions on different countries. I've got them written down. Appreciate it. Thanks, y'all.
I'm Deanna Gerard. I'm a collection development librarian and the sales support manager for the CATS team at Baker and Taylor, and I will be introducing our next few panelists. First up, we have Meg from HarperCollins, and just get her set up.
Hello. Okay.
Hi,
It's still
Meg.
showing as your PowerPoint, but I can start anyway because I know we're running behind. So, hi everybody, I'm Megan Carr. I'm the sales rep for HarperCollins Children's Books, and I'm really excited to be here to tell you guys about some of our upcoming spring titles here. And so first up we have Cranky, and Deanna, I'm not seeing it on the screen. There we go. Okay. So Cranky makes a friend. There's a new crane on the construction site. His name is Lefty, and he's the opposite of Cranky. He's smiley, he's talkative, he's a jokester, he's everything Lefty does makes Cranky feel extra cranky. But everyone else seems to love him. Find out how self-acceptance and a supportive crew can help one cranky truck make a new friend in this humorous story about big trucks, big feelings, and even bigger friendships. The first book in the series came out this past winter. and has just done phenomenally well. And all of the books in this series kind of hit all of those 5 key social emotional learning categories. And this is the second of 3 picture books we have in the pipeline for Cranky, and I hope you love him as much as I do. And we have some spreads on the next slide. And okay, there we go. So he's just the cutest little cranky little excavator. And then next we have Little Blue Truck and Racer Red. So sleek and low, Racer Red is made for speed and loves to go fast. When she challenges Blue to a race, Blue knows that win or lose, it's really fun to try. So this title serves as a true follow-up to the New York Times bestsellers Little Blue Truck Makes a Friend, Time for School, Little Blue Truck, and Good Night, Little Blue Truck. And we're really very excited to have a new picture book, Little Blue Truck, on this list. And again, hits all these social emotional learning categories. And this does also feature delightful rhymes and animal sounds that Little Blue Truck has really come to be known for. So it's really a perfect choice for story time. Okay, and then next, there we go. We have Ellie Has a Secret. This is a really special one. Ellie herself would never dream of taking anything from her classroom without asking her teacher first. But the shell she finds during recess is particularly peculiar, and it has a little mysterious critter living inside of it. Surprising even herself, she pops it into her pocket as a little secret when no one's looking. But it's not long before the creature outgrows the shell and starts to weigh Ellie down. The spectacular debut by author-illustrator Amelia Both explores the delights and the perils of keeping secrets, as well as the rewards of being honest. And on the next slide, we have some spreads here. This is really perfect for fans of stunning characters and worlds by David Weisner, the Fan Brothers, and Aaron Becker. And we've been seeing this really big need and interest in cute and fantastical creatures, and no one is doing them better than Amelia. Look at that little guy. He's so cute. Okay, and then next, we have Cranky Crabby Crow Saves the World. We are very big on cranky books, as you can see. And as a very cranky person, sometimes it really speaks to me, and I'm so happy we have these for the littlest readers. So Cranky Crabby Crow does not have time for his friends. From high atop a telephone pole, Cat warns Crow that he'll soon be all alone if he turns his friends away one more time. But unbeknownst to all, Crow has bigger world-saving fish to fry. He has to protect planet Earth from an asteroid headed our way. Corey once again explores age-appropriate and social-emotional themes from a new perspective with subtlety and silliness here. And this is a really exceptional interactive read aloud. The repetition of the crow's caw gives even the youngest listeners the chance to read along, participate, and join the fun. And I believe we have some spreads on the next slide too. And Corey Tabor here was really inspired by ongoing science, actually, real science. Asteroid deflection is taken seriously by scientists and governments globally, and Crow's story is a great way to introduce how science works in the real world. And Corey Tabor needs no introduction to you guys. He's got a Caldecott, 3 Geisel Awards, and numerous state awards for his books, and we're so excited to have this new standalone picture book on the list. Next, this is Sadie Mouse Wrecks the House. Sadie is the good mouse of her family. Her brother Reggie is not. So Sadie gets stuck with all the chores while Reggie makes all the messes. But enough is enough. It's time for Sadie Mouse to show the world just how bad she can be. Sadie has these very diabolical interpretations of ordinary chores that really make one think of Amelia Bedelia. And there's a lot of escalating chaos that ensues that we think will just have young readers really howling with laughter throughout. And it's a nice sibling story as well. So while there is this conflict and mayhem throughout the book, in the end, there's a reunion and then a little bit of mutual appreciation between Sadie and Reggie. And the next slide has some spreads. So also just really kind of classic illustrations here. And then next, we have Peddler of Puddles. The peddler travels the countryside making perfect puddles for all of his forest friends. But being constantly on the go can be lonely, and it's not until his friends step in that the peddler discovers the joys of a home sweet home of his own. This is filled with whimsy and adorable detail that you can see on the next slide. And it's the tale is a tribute to finding a place to hang your hat. Beth Ferry is one of the most silver-tongued authors writing picture books today, and this book really is just a delight to read aloud. And then separately and together, Beth and Tom are the creators of popular picture books such as Stick and Stone, The Scarecrow, I Wish You More, and other bestsellers. So we're very excited to have that on the list. And then a new one that's very exciting. This is Hello There, Sunshine. Every morning, young Tabitha wakes up and greets the sun, but one day she wakes up and the sun is missing. So Tab hops onto her strawberry shortcake bike with her puppy in tow, and it makes it her business to find the sun. Can she do it, or will Tabitha find that sometimes the shine we're looking for is inside of us? This is Tabitha Brown's debut picture book, and it's a marvelous read aloud that will remind the youngest readers to always stay positive. And we are the proud publisher of Tabitha Brown's books on the adult side, and we're so happy to roll out this first book for kids on our list. And if you haven't found her naturally on social media, definitely go give Tabitha a watch on social. She's on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, has millions of followers on each one, and she's just a delight to watch. And then next. So another very exciting one, we have a new picture book from Linda Sue Park on our list, of course, Newbery Medalist bestselling author, and it's a joyous and inclusive celebration of eyes showcasing the variety of Asian eye shapes and hues and lively rhyming text ideal for sharing with any child. There's an obvious comp here to our Eyes That Kiss in the Corners series from Joanna Ho, but this is really targeted for even younger readers than that series. It has a bouncy rhyming text, is simple and exuberant, and it's really fun to read aloud. And she has this very consistently upbeat tone that's aimed at a younger audience. And Linda Sue is just a delight to work with, and Lenny Wen also has some gorgeous illustrations in this as well. Next. Okay, so then this is so many years. This is a new Juneteenth picture book and has lyrical text from Ann Winter and radiant artwork from Jerome Pumphrey. It's a poetic picture book that explains the history behind Juneteenth celebrations and simultaneously really acknowledges the history of slavery in the US, as well as the astonishing Black resilience that's led to an enduring legacy of Black joy. Our newest national holiday, Juneteenth, is definitely worthy of picture book exploration. This, I think, is the third one we're publishing. And we know other publishers are publishing into this, into Juneteenth as well. And this one, I think, really stands apart. It shows the celebration throughout the decades of American history of Juneteenth and shows really how we've kind of come to appreciate it in this modern age as well. So next, we have a couple of picture books that I wanted to note. So first up is Beep Beep Vehicles on the Go. This is a new Byron Barton. He's published many titles showcasing vehicles, and this board book really presents the illustrations of his Things That Go together all in one new volume. So it takes art from a lot of his other books and just kind of compiles them all together. And this book is going to be part of our 50th anniversary celebration for Green Willow, which is one of our imprints. And Byron was one of the first authors on that list, author illustrators on that list 50 years ago. And so we're so excited to have a new Byron Barton out in the world. And then we have a new Goodnight Train board book as well. This is the companion to Goodnight Train Halloween and Goodnight Train Easter. So now it's the night before school. And we're getting ready for school the next day. And this board book also features peekaboo die cuts on every page. And then we have My Mother, Mi Madre. This is a colorful Spanish-English bilingual board book from three-time Pure Bell Prize Award-winning author-illustrator Raul III. In this book, you join Coco Rojo as he celebrates his mother and their adventures together in the world of Vamos. And we will have a father book similar to this coming next year. Then next slide. Okay, so then we have two new original board books from Jade Orlando, Hi Cat, Bye Cat, and This Dog, That Dog. These are both teaching opposites to children. So whether you have a cat kid or a dog kid, you can give them one of these and still really teach the same lessons. And Jade's illustrations here, as you can see from these covers, are just really adorable. And then we have my Seder plate shaped board book. This has rhyming text and warm illustrations. It's a holiday board book that describes the traditional items on a Seder plate and their significance during Passover. This is a simple introduction to and celebration of the holiday, really perfect for babies and toddlers. Next. Okay, so moving on to some middle grade. This is a standalone companion novel to the best-selling A Wolf Called Wander. So now we have A Wolf Called Fire, which tells the story of Swift's brother Warm, who was the smallest pup and the heart of the pack, who has to step up to care for the younger pups when enemy wolves come to destroy and scatter their pack. Will he be able to step up and be both the heart and the head of a new pack? This features spectacular illustrations in black and white by Monica Arminio, who also illustrated A Wolf Called Wander, and it also includes extensive back matter. Roseanne's novels have been named to dozens of state award lists and received numerous starred reviews, and so we're really thrilled to have this book on the list. And we'll also have an educator's guide for this one as well. So perfect for any discussion groups you might have. And next. Okay, so this is The Queen Bee's of Tidy County. Derek is a basketball star, but there are parts of Derek that no one knows about, like the toenail polish he wears, his secret lip sync performances in the bathroom mirror, and the feelings he's just developing for his best friend and teammate. But when Derek's dad ships him off to spend the summer with his estranged, eccentric grandmother, she introduces him to the world of small-town Southern beauty pageants, and Derek suddenly feels like he's found where he belongs. Can he learn to love and accept the most unique parts of himself? And what will happen if others can't do the same? This is a really exciting debut for us. Kyle Casey Chu has been kind of doing the regional show circuit with the indies, and this has gotten an indie introduce kind of citation there. So this is definitely has a lot of buzz building behind it, and we're so thrilled to have Kyle on the list. And then next. Now, Bat is back. So the Bat series has been a best-selling series for us and has been used in many all school and all community reads. And so we're thrilled to have more Bat coming. So Bat in the Business of Ferrets is the fourth title in National Book Award finalist Alana K. Arnold's heartfelt and widely acclaimed series featuring an unforgettable boy on the autism spectrum. With over 1.4 million copies sold of the first 3 Bat books across all editions, this series is a true phenomenon in the young middle grade space. With Bat starting 4th grade, Bat in the Business of Ferrets is both an exciting new installment for longtime Bat fans, but also a really great entry point for new readers. And again, Bat in the Business of Ferrets is the first of 3 new books in the Bat series. So we're really excited for the next couple of years for more Bat. And this does also include black and white illustrations as well. And yay. So the story of Josefina, or Joey Guerrero, is a perfect storm of history. She's an unlikely heroine. The diminutive and devout Joey was instrumental in the Battle of Manila and in couriering messages and maps for the Allies during the war. The book also includes sidebars and photographs throughout as well as extensive back matter. So readers will really come away with not only a portrait of this fascinating woman, but also information about the Pacific Theater and the history of World War II in the Philippines, about Hansen's disease, about the leprosarium in Louisiana, where Joey was ultimately set to recover. And throughout, Joey's empathy, activism, dedication, and devotion to others is explored in this highly readable and impeccably researched text. So this is a middle grade nonfiction from Erin Entrada Kelly, who, before she made her middle grade debut in 2015 with Blackbird Fly, she was an award-winning journalist. So that skill set, combined with her accessible and distinguished middle grade voice, makes her uniquely suited to tackle middle grade nonfiction. And she really does knock it out of the park with this one. And just a note that the e-galleys for all of these will be up on NetGalley and Edelweiss, and for the picture books and graphic novels, we'll have full PDFs as well. And so definitely be on the lookout for those. Back one. Thanks. Okay, so this is Girls to the Front. This is a nonfiction young middle grade anthology that celebrates Asian American women, written and illustrated by New York Times bestselling and Geisel Award-winning creator Nina Mata. This is her authorial debut, and I'm very excited for it. It's really a very fun book to read through. It tells the true stories of 40 trailblazing Asian American women in American history, including Suni Lee, Anna Mae Wong, Amy Tan, Tammy Duckworth, and many more. There's a full list in Edelweiss. This is going to be perfect for fans of Little Leaders, Rebel Girls, and other anthologies for children. And of course, it will have all of it's illustrated by Nina, so it has warm, earthy portraits that present each woman's story with detail, celebrating their life and individuality. Okay, and next. So, Not an Easy Win meets Cuba in My Pocket, an acclaimed author Tamika Burgess's sophomore middle grade novel, where Danilo's baseball talent lands him an opportunity to train in the States and find his absentee father, who may be the key to saving the family he abandoned as they deal with the devastating effects of the U.S. military's invasion of Panama. This is a really thoughtful and realistic depiction of recent Panamanian and American history. So, grappling with the ramifications of the U.S. military's invasion of Panama in 1989, Tamika showcases the human cost of America's foreign interventions and explores the pain, trauma, and destruction that is often left behind, bringing to light the recent Panamanian and American history with sensitivity and a really accessible writing style. So it's great for middle grade readers. It also has this nice baseball hook, which a couple of other books on our list have. So very excited for a new one from Tamika. Next. So this is a funny, poignant coming-of-age debut about Tamil Sri Lankan boy whose life spirals out of control when he wins a prize in a stolen candy bar, pushing him to navigate his identity amidst his ever-watchful family. The tiger parenting and wannabe cool, nerdy Tamil vibes of Never Have I Ever definitely shine through in this. This also has a bit of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, kind of reimagined in a new way. And there are a lot of themes that we think middle grade readers will really find relatable in this, such as overcoming bullying, trying to fit in, first crushes, and also coming of age, of course. And AJ is a character that readers will appreciate because he's a reflection of so many of them. And this is Maria's middle grade debut, and it's already gotten a starter review from Kirkus. So we have high hopes for this. Next. Okay, so when an emergency has 12-year-old Rick Kotani moving to Oregon to help his grandpa, an elusive old man with a shrouded past, he learns unexpected truths about his family and how they mysteriously parallel the Japanese folktale of fisherman Urashima Taro. This book has all the quintessential slice of life, heartfelt middle grade feels, but it also delivers something for sports fans to chew on, as Rick has a bit of a baseball subplot, like I mentioned a few slides ago. And it also has a really sweet magical realism quality with that Japanese folktale of Urashima Taro. And this is Waka T. Brown's fourth book with Quiltree and fourth novel with Quiltree. And she's such a talented writer and has a really exciting kind of oeuvre so far. And she's garnered starter reviews, multiple spots on best of year lists, and many state awards as well. And a small little Easter egg in this one is that Rick's mom, Annie, is the same Annie from Waka's previous book, Dream Annie Dream, just all grown up. So readers will enjoy that, I think. So next. Okay, so very exciting new graphic novel here. This is Coven from Soman Shinani. It's a bold graphic novel experience that explores how even in our darkest moments, the truest of friends can bring us back to the light. This follows fan favorite characters from the School for Good and from the School for Good and Evil series, The Witch Coven, in a completely standalone story as they answer a call for help from the mysterious Red Isle, where two factions are divided by much more than a river. And we do have some spreads on the next slide. This has fast-paced action, mystery plot, and snappy dialogue, and will appeal to reluctant readers. And it's the first graphic novel from Soman, and we think it's definitely going to pull in a wide range of new fans as well as old fans eager to see what he's up to now. And I just love those spreads. They're so fun. So these are 3 graphic novels that we have. Our school and library team is doing a Classics Gone Graphic campaign, kind of incorporating all of these titles. So as you can see here, these are graphic novel adaptations of some of our classic middle grade novels. So we have the Lemonade War graphic novel, which the first book was published in 2007 and is kind of a mainstay in schools and libraries right now. And we have One Crazy Summer, which I don't think any of you guys need a introduction to, but it was Newbery Honor Book, National Book Award finalist, Coretta Scott King Award-winning novel. It's got 4-star reviews. And it's the first book about the 3 unforgettable Gaither sisters. And then we have the second book in our Warriors graphic novel series, which adapts books 3 and 4 in the first arc of the Warrior series. And the first book in that series came out this past summer and just, I think, blew us all away with how popular it became. And on the next slide, we have some spreads from each of these. And I just want to mention Classics Gone Graphic. These are such a great way to kind of pull in these reluctant readers. If they look at one of these novels and think that's a little too much for me, graphic novel is really kind of the best way to pull those kids in. And we're really excited to be able to group these together. And it's really the start of us kind of adapting more and more of our classic middle grade and some teen novels as well. So be on the lookout throughout the next couple of years for more of this series. Okay, so this is another exciting sort of debut. This is The League of Littles from Casey Lyle and Sarah Faber. The League of Littles is an international organization that protects and supports the needs of the youngest siblings, and trainees are finally ready for their first mission. Another student at their elementary school has lost her big sister's hamster, Chester, after she borrowed him for show and tell without permission, and she needs the LOL's help to get Chester back before the band of bigs, who protect and support the needs of, you guessed it, the oldest siblings, find out that he's missing. This is a hilarious young middle grade graphic novel that combines humor, action, friendship, school, pets, and of course, sibling relationships. And it's perfect for newly independent readers and fans of Baby Mouse, Lunch Lady, and The Bad Guys. And Sarah Faber here is a debut artist, and we think she's just done a great job. And this is a graphic novel debut for Casey Lyle. She's written picture books and middle grade, but this is her first graphic novel. And this is the first of 2 books. The Band of Bigs will follow in 2026. Okay, so this is another start of an exciting series. So in the vein of I Survived and Nathan Hale's Hazardous Tales with a true crime twist, Charlie witnesses a murder at his next door neighbor, Lizzie Borden's house. But will anyone believe what he saw? Charlie's determined to use what he witnessed to help the police find the murderer. But what begins as an innocent moment of being in the wrong place at the wrong time becomes a suspenseful game of cat and mouse as Lizzie faces the trial of the century, and Charlie must ask himself, can you ever really know someone's true character? There are case fact sidebars that offer additional nonfiction elements to the story. And just a note here that it is very high on mystery and suspense, but very light on the gore. The Lizzie Borden story is a very gory story. But this book does not have a lot of that in it. It's a very middle grade approach to the topic and takes a Rear Window style storytelling device that really has Charlie wondering what may have happened next door without showing any of the gruesome details. And as I mentioned, this is the first in a series, so we'll have Eyewitness, the Great Train Robbery in 2026. Next. Okay. So here's Very Bad at Math. Verity Nelson can do it all. She's student body president, debate club whiz, first chair clarinetist. She can even do more push-ups than anybody at her school. You could say she's pretty much the best at everything, except for math. It just doesn't make sense in her brain. All seems lost until a teacher helps her discover the truth, that Verity has dyscalculia, a learning disability that causes her to mix up numbers. Armed with this new perspective, can Verity pass math, keep her presidency, and make good on her word to the student body she loves so much? Or will her presidency and her perfect reputation all come crashing down? Hope Larson is an award-winning New York Times best-selling comics writer and cartoonist with several books under her belt. And she also has dyscalculia. So this is a really personal story for her. And this has also already gotten a JLG selection, and we're really happy for this to be on our list. And next and last, so this is Band Nerd. This is perfect for fans of Roller Girl and New Kid. It's a heartfelt coming-of-age story about music, family, and friendship, wherein 12-year-old Lucy Carver must navigate life as a band nerd in a new school, all while competing for a top flute soloist spot. But for Lucy, facing the music also means dealing with the problems at home. Packed with heart, Band Nerd is a poignant story about using your voice to find harmony, even during life's most discordant moments. There are themes of family, friendship, finding one's voice, and young people navigating home life, and a parent struggling with addiction. And these are all really grappled with in a thoughtful, accessible manner for middle grade readers, and especially those who have experienced these kinds of situations and they're looking to understand, or those looking to understand the perspectives of others. And this is another debut on our list. It's a very strong debut list. So that is it from me. So thank you guys so much. Reach out if you have any questions, and I will let you keep going. Thanks.
Thanks, Meg. Next up, we have Sarah Danver from Penguin Young Readers.
You can't hear me. I couldn't find my unmute button, but I'm back now. All right, so hi everyone. I'm Sarah Danver. I'm the sales account rep for Penguin Young Readers, a division of Penguin Random House. And I'm so excited to be here to give you an overview of some of our best titles publishing in spring 2025. All right, next slide. All right, I am thrilled to start off our presentation with a brand new picture book from Amanda Gorman. #1 New York Times bestseller, presidential inaugural poet, and Young People's Poet Laureate, Amanda Gorman needs no introduction. And as a children's book author, she has written some of our most stunning and inspiring picture books. Now with Girls on the Rise, Amanda has written a brand new and galvanizing original poem to celebrate girls and girlhood in all their many forms, not for how they look, but for how they look into the face of fear. Next slide. This is a rousing rallying cry with vivid illustrations by up-and-coming illustrator Lovis Wise, whose bright and bold color palette is a stunning accompaniment to Amanda's writing. It's a powerful message that reminds us how girls have shaped history while marching boldly into the future. We're so excited to see this electrifying new picture book on your shelves. Okay. Up next, we are so excited to present the newest collaboration between Newbery Medal-winning author Matt De La Pena and best-selling illustrator Lauren Long. The powerhouse duo behind the #1 New York Times bestseller Love is back with Home, a moving meditation on the places we feel most comfortable, loved, and protected, wherever that might be. Home celebrates family and community and addresses timely topics with refreshing honesty. It doesn't shy away from hard truths like natural disasters, and homelessness, but explores them in a gentle, hopeful manner. Next slide. Lauren's illustrations depict a variety of homes, including urban, suburban, and rural settings, as well as a diverse array of children and families. So virtually every kid will be able to see themselves in this book. With Matt De La Pena's thoughtful and quietly powerful poetry sitting perfectly alongside Lauren Long's expressive, dynamic artwork, this deeply moving ode to the universal pool of home, whatever its form, is destined to become a new classic that will be cherished by readers of every age. All right, introducing Papilio Poloxenes, the black swallowtail butterfly. She is an adorable and hilarious caterpillar who is ready to join the world. But growing up is complicated, and Papilio encounters some hiccups as she learns to fly, fall, and feed. So this is told in 3 parts. It's from mega best-selling author illustrator Ben Clanton, Caldecott honoree Corey R. Tabor, who you just heard about from Megan, and rising star Andy Chu Messer, who have come together to create an expressive character who exudes all of the emotions and experiences that help us discover our inner strength. So this is kind of a modern day Very Hungry Caterpillar with an SEL hook. Tracking the life cycle of a butterfly immediately calls to mind the VHC, which is a cornerstone of the Penguin list, of course, but the emotional complexity of Papilio makes this story feel like an extension of the beloved classic. The stages of transformation in the book echo a child's own development. This is a really rare and unique opportunity to have critically and commercially acclaimed illustrators coming together to create a story like this. And they're collaborating to paint the final piece of the book together. And they've included an author's note that gives a look into their, oh, hold on. Yes, almost done. That gives a look into their process and the inspiration behind the idea, as well as back matter all about butterflies. All right, next one. All right, so here are some facts about fish for you to do with what you will. They spend all of their time in the water where we can't see them. Some are as big as a bus, and let's be honest, that's not okay. We don't know what they're teaching in their quote unquote schools, and they're likely plotting our doom. Knowing your enemy has never been easier, as picture book debut writer Neil Sharpsing cleverly includes facts about fish, making this the perfect introduction to animal classification, as well as a hilarious nature guide gone wrong. Next slide. And Dan Santat is, of course, the New York Times bestselling illustrator with a National Book Award and a Caldecott Medal, who brings his signature humor and exuberance to Don't Trust Fish. This is a slide-spitting, off-the-rails exploration of a seemingly innocent animal and a diabolical fish plot you never see coming. All right, up next. So the humor continues with our next book, Mistako. After an awful day at school, including a tragic but plausibly deniable mishap with a pudding cup, Izzy wants to be left alone. But it's Friday, and that means making tortillas with Lido. As the mistakes pile up, they come tumbling out of Izzy, and Lido surprises her by saying everyone makes mistakes, and if she makes a tortilla out of her mistakes, he will eat it. Suddenly, the whole family is confessing and getting mistakes off their chest with a feast of mistacos. This is a hilarious picture book with some sneaky social emotional learning that helps kids develop the tools they need to acknowledge pain and shame and then move on. Next slide. Mistako is a breakout debut from Eliza Kinks, a Tejana artist and the Purabelle Prey Illustration Award winner of Papa's Magical Water Jug Clock by Jesus Trejo. And Eliza's charming artwork, bursting with humor and bright colors, is the perfect accompaniment to this irreverently fresh and funny story. Now, I'm sure that no one here has ever made any mistakes, but for those of us who have, there's nothing like a taco to help ease the sting. So don't worry, this book does come with a recipe. All right. Up next is a beautiful new picture book from Caldecott honor Micah Archer. Seasons come and go, and the wind wafts its way through them all. This delights a family of children, and when they ask the wind, "How will you blow today?" they get a kick out of not knowing what the answer will be. Will the wind send gentle breezes that tickle and delight, cooling them off on hot days, or strong gusts that knock their hats off and send them running inside? One thing is for certain to our wind watchers: the wind is always changing wonder and constantly takes their breath away. Next slide. Wind Watchers showcases the wind's ever-changing blustery nature throughout the seasons. It's a unique introduction to both weather and the 4 seasons, using the wind as a guide to illustrate the changes that each season brings. With its lyrical text and spectacular collage illustrations, this book celebrates our relationship with the wind. And this is one of the most stunning spreads I think I've ever seen. Micah's beautiful, meticulous artwork and spare yet profound poetic language makes this an extraordinary celebration of curiosity and joy. All right. So up next, we have City Summer, Country Summer, which is a stunning and lyrical picture book from the award-winning author of the adult memoir, Heavy, by Keith Lehman. It's about 3 Black boys who spend one special summer exploring the Mississippi woods and the woods and codes of sharing a kind of freeing friendship that is love. This book introduces young readers to emotional vulnerability and platonic love in friendships between boys. We now knew another way for Black boys in America to say "I love you" and "I am afraid," Keith Lehman eloquently writes. City Summer, Country Summer fills a gap in its depiction of joys of Black boyhood, Black Southern culture, and how geography shapes Black American culture. And illustrator Alexis Franklin is a fine artist whose work is a visual feast for the eyes. Her expressive portraits of the boys, the backdrops of vibrant Mississippi, pair beautifully with the text and make this a stunning package. With text brimming with love and deeply evocative illustrations, City Summer, Country Summer illuminates the tenuous and tender bonds of friendship Black boys forge with one another. All right, next one. The next book on our list is Our Lake by debut author illustrator Angie Kang. It's a tender and vulnerable exploration of love and loss that follows two boys as they take their first trip back to the lake without their father. Two boys comfort each other through their sadness of missing their father while also celebrating life the way their father taught them. The two boys honestly explore their emotions of fear and sadness, and they express love with a tenderness we don't often see in media and books. On the next slide. On a sweltering hot day, a little boy mirrors his brother as he takes off his shirt, stretches, and walks towards the edge of the tall rock, ready to dive into the cool lake waters glistening below. Only this time, father is not here, and the water looks so far away. How can he take the plunge? With a gorgeous, deft touch and her exquisitely soft illustrations and words, Angie Kang conveys vulnerability, longing, and connection as these two boys hear father's laugh and see his memory all around them, uniting them in a bittersweet moment. All right. This next book is a powerful picture book by author-illustrator Weshoyo Dalvitra that examines the traumatic history of colonization and reclaims Native pride in long hair, while delivering a tender father-son story that is perfect for fans of hair love and love in the library. Each morning, Dad brushes the knots from his son's long hair to braid it. The boy winces at the tugging, and at school he's teased for his braid. But he remembers the stories of how his father and grandpa were forced to cut their hair and forbidden from practicing their traditions when they were young, and how they fought to make it possible for him to wear his hair long. Although it can hurt, having long hair ultimately makes him feel brave and strong. Next slide. Weshoyo Dalvitra is the illustrator of At the Mountain's Base by Tracy Sorrell, and here she shows off her ability to capture the subtle emotions of comfort and pain and dazzles with a different illustration style and palette. An affirming, heartfelt picture book about a Native American boy proudly growing out his hair and basking in the knowledge that braids are beautiful. This one is going to stun readers everywhere. All right, next one. All right, so Jollof Day is a picture bursting with life and flavor. It follows a son and his father cooking up the beloved dish that originated in West Africa, jollof rice. With clanging pots and pans, lots of chopped tomatoes and onions, and a secret blend of spices, this father and son dance to the music of the kitchen noise while something delicious burbles on the stove. Next slide. Jollof rice is one of the most common dishes from West Africa, and it is growing in popularity and name recognition in the US. So of course we included a recipe in this one as well. And with bouncing text that begs to be read along and exuberant illustrations full of momentum, Jollof Day is a celebration of the dishes that bring a family together. All right, just wanted to flag that we have some great board books coming out in some of your favorite brands. Of course, we have some more Bluey, including a story about getting your first big girl bedroom. And then, of course, we have some great new board books coming from the world of Eric Carle, including some explorations of the vegetable garden and some STEM titles in Why Does the Wind Blow? All right. And up next, we're moving into graphic novels. So I'm really proud to present Cassie in the House of Memories. This is a dazzling graphic novel full of magical realism and bright, vivid art. Cassie's grandpa seems to be losing track of things, including everything from the stories they're sharing to who Cassie is herself. So when he goes missing after wandering off from his own backyard, Cassie knows she has to figure out where he's gone. What she discovers is a world full of memories, and none of them her own. As she leaps from one memory to the next, she knows she's getting closer and closer to finding her grandfather, but only if she can make sure he doesn't slip away forever. This is a powerful, age-appropriate look at dementia. Mental illness in family members can be especially difficult for kids who aren't quite sure how to understand what's going on, and this story gives younger readers that context in a powerful yet delicate way. And it's also magical realism that soars. Cassie's journey through her grandfather's memories makes for an epic tale of magical realism, perfect for graphic novel fans who love a dose of the fantastical without fully delving into another world. This is a talented debut from graphic novelist Dean Stewart, whose breathtaking and captivating art brings readers along for the ride. Next slide. Oh, back one, yeah. And I just wanted to touch on some sequels. We're also very excited to present some of the sequels to some of our best-selling graphic novel series. We, of course, have in the second installment of Inventors of Invisible Boy, the hilarious and unlikely superhero romp. Stanley and Jean master their invisibility powers and face a mysterious new villain bent on their destruction. We have more heartwarming and humorous adventures in the fourth book in the Pause series about a Babysitter's Club style group, but this time for pets. And of course, we have the third installment of the Last Comics on Earth spin-off series based on the worldwide phenomenon, The Last Kids on Earth. And this one has one of my favorite titles of all time, A Song of Sword and Stuffies. All right, next one. All right, so our first standard middle grade novel is one of my favorites on our list for probably the whole year. It is a groundbreaking, action-packed, and ultimately uplifting adventure that intertwines elements of Jewish mythology with an unflinching examination of the impacts of transphobia. It is from Newbery Honor winner and the 2024 Children's Literature Lecture Award winner, Kyle Lugoff. So COVID lockdown is over, but A's world feels smaller than ever. Coming out as trans didn't exactly go well, and most days he barely leaves his bedroom, let alone the house, except to attend the weekly Save Our Sons and Daughters or So Sad meetings his parents all but drag him to. But when A's friend Yarrow vanishes after a particularly confrontational meeting, he discovers that So Sad doesn't just feel soul-sucking. It's run by an actual demon who feeds on the pain and misery of kids like him. In fact, the entire world is beset by demons dining on what feels like an endless buffet of pain and bigotry. But how is one trans kid who hasn't even chosen a name supposed to save his friend, let alone the whole world? And is a world that seems hell-bent on rejecting him even worth saving at all? I could, of course, go on and on, but why would I do that when I can leave you with this stunning blurb from Rick Riordan, who needs no introduction? Rare and Beautiful, a novel that combines wondrous fantasy, searing real-world relevance, and a frank, empathetic understanding of the adolescent experience. The way Lugoff combines these elements in a page-turning adventure is nothing short of magic. All right. All right, so speaking of authors that need no introduction, check out these three fantastic new novels we have from some of your favorite authors. First up, we have the sequel to Adam Gidwitz's phenomenal book, In Max and the House of Spies, about Max Bretzfield, who is a young Jewish boy on the run from Germany on the eve of World War II and the Holocaust. And he has two creatures of Jewish mythology aiding his journey. In book 2, he returns to Berlin as a British spy where nothing is as expected and the lines between lies and truth are becoming more blurred every day. Candle Island is the newest novel from Newbery Award-winning author of Beyond the Bright Sea and Wolf Hollow. With an unforgettable New England setting and a complex web of relationships, old and new, Candle Island is a powerful story about art, loss, and the power of being true to your own voice. It is classic Lauren Wolk, and I'm so excited to see it on our list. And finally, The Enemy's Daughter is the next book from Anne Blankman, author of The Blackbird Girls, which won a National Jewish Book Award and a Sidney Taylor Middle Grade honor. This is a beautiful historical fiction novel about a young girl fighting her way back home after the sinking of the Lusitania and learning to think for herself rather than accept the prejudices of wartime. Next slide. All right. So The Labyrinth of Souls is one of my personal favorite books that we're publishing this spring. It's a brand new, darkly inventive fantasy, a unique take on the classic magic school story with touches of horror and wildly inventive world building, and it's got black and white art throughout. Ix Tatterfall has always been an outcast with a big secret. She can cross into the Labyrinth of Souls, home to the powerful sorrows, and she can see strange nightmare beasts when no one else can. And this is a pretty suspicious skill as more and more nightmares seep into the waking world. In spite of this, Ix is allowed to enter the mysterious Candlecore Academy. For the first time, she's surrounded by others who can see what she sees. But mysteries and villains abound in the academy, and one of them, Raggedy Jack, is on the hunt for something, or perhaps someone from the waking world, Ix Tatterfall herself. Sometimes sweet and sometimes sad, this book is an honest exploration of what it means to find home and family in the people you choose to surround yourself with. The Labyrinth of Souls is more than a dark magical place. It's home to the 7 personified sorrows: chaos, terror, wrath, greed, despair, misery, and death. This book is a reminder that our own sorrows don't have to determine our lives, but certainly have a place within them. We must learn to acknowledge them and live alongside them in order not to be consumed by them. It's just a really warm found family story. It sounds sad, but it's very funny too. And it's got these adorable creatures in it that are just a lot of fun and provide a good contrast to the villains. All right, up next. So these are 3 of the novels we have coming out that are novels in verse. Safe Harbor is an uplifting novel in verse about an immigrant girl adjusting to life in the US through her love of nature, music, and poetry by the award-winning author of The Bridge Home. It also features, as you can see on the cover, a seal who may or may not need some help to get back to his own home. Glitch Girl is a middle grade novel in verse about a young trans girl who uses a computer game to process an ADHD diagnosis, isolation, and her relationship to gender. And Radiant is a historical middle grade novel in verse from multiple Coretta Scott King winner Vada Michelle Nelson, and that shows how conversations about colorblindness, Black pride, and cultural appropriation have long been relevant to young people. All right, up next. All right, so I'm super, super excited about this one. Tales from Beyond the Rainbow is a collection of stories from folklore across the world, including epic stories of love, adventure, resilience, featuring LGBTQ+ narratives and heroes, published as a collection of queer classics for the first time. So these are real stories from real history, real fairy tales and folklore, but all featuring kind of queer stories that have been collected in this collection for young readers. This title has already been included on our Puffins Classics list, indicating its importance in preserving the ancient folklore of queer histories. These are the fairy tales that history forgot or concealed. It's 10 tales in which gender is fluid and where queer stories can have a happy ending, like The Dog and the Sailor, which features a male protagonist who meets his own handsome prince. These stories include folklore from Europe, Asia, and the African savanna, and our book includes vibrant illustrations from an international group of artists, which enhances the multicultural identities showcased here. It includes artists from India, Germany, Cape Verde, Russia, Canada, China, and more. They remind readers that folk tales are our tales and invite them to be whoever they want to be. And then for our last slide, probably the most exciting one in the whole deck, these are 2 library-focused stories that we're super excited to add to your list. First up, we have Unstoppable John, which is the incredible story about how John Lewis got his library card and helped change history. With an in-depth author's note, a timeline of John Lewis's life, and a lengthy list of resources, Unstoppable John will answer every question curious readers have and offers a new perspective while being a wonderful introduction to his full life. And the last book I will talk about is from Sarah Ryan, whose book from many years ago, Empress of the World, I first read hiding in the beanbag chairs of the teen section of my local library. So when this one was launched to us, I just gave a little screech of excitement. I'm so excited that Sarah Ryan is back. Mountain Upside Down is a beautifully crafted story of a 13-year-old girl finding her place in her family and her community. It's a queer positive story that doesn't center coming out. It's a story of a library's role in a community that doesn't focus on book banning. And it's a story of long-held family secrets and resentment that focuses not on final resolution, but learning how to communicate again. And that's it for me. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you guys enjoy hearing about the rest of the books. And yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up, we have Ansley Kent from Macmillan.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Ainsley Kent. I am the Associate National Account Manager and Sales Rep for Baker and Taylor here at Macmillan Kids. First of all, just wanted to thank you all so much for being here. And thanks so much to the Baker and Taylor Cats team for inviting me to come talk to you about some exciting titles that we're publishing in 2025. So without further ado, let's get started with Shark Girl. Shark Girl, written and illustrated by award-winning creator Kate Beaton. Shark Girl is a laugh-out-loud picture book about a half-human, half-shark bent on revenge after a greedy fishing captain messes with her waters. You can go to the next slide so we can go through interiors as well. With the Sea Witch's help, Shark Girl becomes a human sailor and poses as a member of the captain's crew and enacts a plan of mutiny. Shark Girl is a subversive, hilarious take on the Little Mermaid story, perfect for fans of We Don't Eat Our Classmates and Legend of Rock, Paper, Scissors. Next slide. Kate is the creator of the New York Times bestseller Hark a Vagrant and the adult graphic novel Ducks, which was basically on all the 2022 best of list, including Barack Obama, as well as the winner of Canada's Reads 2023. Next slide. Kate is a beloved creator, and we're very excited to be publishing Shark Girl. We're planning extensive outreach to libraries and educators for this one. Aspiring rappers, poets, and wordsmiths will delight in Wrap It Up by Carol Boston Rutherford and her son Jeffrey, illustrated by Ernell Martinez. In this infectious read aloud, we set on a rhythmic journey of beats and illustrations that jump off the page, cheerfully leading readers through the intricacies of hip hop and vocabulary to literary techniques, structure, and motifs. Next slide. The text urges readers to believe in themselves and the power of words and seamlessly integrates literary elements and turns language into a puzzle of wonder and discovery. Next slide. Carol is a seasoned award-winning author, and her son Jeffrey background in performance poetry and rap. Wrap It Up paves a perfect way for readers to see where the beat can take them. You can go to the next slides for interiors. Dr. Becky is a well-respected parenting expert whose adult title, Good Inside, was #1 New York Times bestseller. We're so excited to have Dr. Becky's children's publishing, starting with That's My Truck in April 2025. This picture book is about a toy dispute between two siblings, tackles hitting one of the most common parenting challenges head on. It also has rich back matter, including a letter from Dr. Becky and resources about handling tricky situations with children. Dr. Becky has a huge social media following, over 2 million followers on Instagram alone. She's also in high demand for appearances with conferences to television. This is just the start of our publishing program with Dr. Becky, so we're very excited to get started with That's My Truck. Here's some interiors. Catherine Applegate probably needs no introduction to the people in this virtual room, and neither does her hit middle grade publication of 2022, Otter. And now Catherine and illustrator Charles Santoso have adapted Otter into a picture book that is equally as charming and luminous. Just like the middle grade novel, the picture book follows the story of Otter's separation from her mother and subsequent rescue by humans, all based on true otter rescues that were detailed in back matter. You can go through the slides for interiors. Just like Catherine's Otter books, we're expecting this to be a major publishing event and well received in the school and library space. Look at that face, it's so cute. Next up, another powerhouse publishing event. Jory John is back with Everything's Wrong, a standalone companion to Nothing's Wrong and Something's Wrong. We love having Jory on our list. And Everything's Wrong is a wonderful lemons to lemonade story with signature Jory humor that kids and parents come back to again and again. We've all had days where everything seems to be going wrong, but what if at the end of the day, you realize you had the very best kind of day? Because even the worst days are better with a good friend by your side. You can go through interiors. That's the kind of day Bear and Rabbit have in this funny and fresh installment with this message of perseverance and adaptability. It is nicely, it ties nicely into social emotional learning curricula and offers plenty of opportunity for laugh out loud moments and discussion and conversation is for all. I'm excited to introduce When You Go to Dragon School. No one can deny that dragon books are having a moment right now, and we're entering the skies with the debut picture book by Chelsea M. Campbell and illustrated by award-winning artist Charlene Chua. There's no room at the school. It's very full, overflowing with students. No space for even one more. Go to the next slide. But don't worry, there's an opening at the local dragon school. What's dragon school, you might ask? Only the best place in town. Next slide. So begins our uproarious picture book full of kid-friendly humor and hilarious magic creature shenanigans. With a clever second-person narrative, readers are invited directly into the fun alongside Dragon School's new students as they learn to polish their scales and breathe fire, among other essential dragony skills. Everyone knows what it's like to be the new kid and worrying about making new friends. When you go to Dragon School, takes the universally relatable experience to give and gives it a fun, magical twist, full of heart and laugh out loud hijinks. This is the start of a new series at Philo and Friends with its school setting and fantastic mix of humor and SEL themes. We're hoping that you'll join us at Dragon School in June. For my graphic novel for children, I have Gabby Torres gets 1 billion followers from creator Angela Dominguez. Gabby Torres is here, move over world. She's 9. She doesn't have any siblings because her mom says that Gabby is just enough. And Gabby is officially old enough to take charge, like starting in a social media page for her school's environmental protection club. Her parents warn her that the internet can be a dangerous place and she's not allowed to go anywhere online without permission, but Gabby's ready to go viral. Gabby quickly gets in over her head, and before you know it, she has an all-out disaster on her hands. Her dreams are too big to wait, and she needs patience and asks for help. You might know Angela from her Stella Diaz chapter book series and the Lolo and Birdie bilingual picture book series. And this foray into the graphic novel space with the Juna B. Jones meets Jasmine Taguchi character has the makings of a slam dunk start to the new series. So get ready and brace yourselves for Gabby. To kick things off with our middle grade titles, we have our friends at Bloomsbury Kids. This is All the Blues in the Sky from New York Times bestseller and Newbery Honor Award-winning author Renee Watson. Renee is a legend in the SNL space, and from Piecing Me Together to her YA books to the Ryan Hart chapter book series, Renee does it all. She hasn't published a middle grade title in Bloomsbury since 2019, some places more than others. So All the Blues in the Sky is sure to be a publishing moment for all middle grade readers out there. All the Blues in the Sky is written in verse and vignettes and tells the story of a 13-year-old sage as she grapples with her best friend's death and finds her way through healing. Next slide. And what's a middle grade list without a little fantasy? Presenting the magical start of a new fantasy series, Vanya and the Wild Hunt. Kind, lonely, and desperate to fit in, Vanya struggles with ADHD, depression, and what it means to be neurodivergent in a neurotypical world. Oh, and Vanya talks to books, and more importantly, the books talk back. Vanya's family is attacked by a monster, and she's believed that only existed in fairy tales. Vanya discovers that her parents have some big secrets, and there are a lot more monsters out there. Overnight, she's whisked away into Auramir, an enchanted school and library where Vanya trains to join the ranks of archwitches and protect the world from monsters. Extremely imaginative and filled with atmospheric world building inspired by Indian mythology and British folklore, readers who love whimsical tales will get easily sucked into the fantastical elements of the story. After all, who wouldn't want to ride on a Pegasus? Vanya and the Wild Hunt is such a fun and commercial and beautifully written novel, and we're very excited to break out Vanya in a very big way. Next slide. Next up, we have the start of a new series from author of our beloved Treehouse series, Andy Griffiths. In the all-new Adventures Unlimited series, the unique second-person viewpoint format invites kids to immerse themselves in the fun on even a more engaging level. Alongside Andy's signature wacky style, newcomer Bill Hope brings a fresh and energetic style to the black and white art throughout the story. The Treehouse series ended earlier this year in April, but we want to make sure that Adventures Unlimited, the Land of Lost Things, starts off as we'll be publishing installments yearly as we did with the Treehouse series. Next slide. Here's some interior art for that one. Is there anything acclaimed author Vera Brosgol can't do? Well, from picture books like Memory Jars to graphic novels for all ages like Anya's Ghost, Be Prepared, and Plain Jane and the Mermaid, the only thing left is a middle grade novel, and now we have one. Return to Cinder's voice calls to mind old and new classics and beloved bestsellers. This has the whip-smart humor and quirk of the Phantom Tollbooth, the intrigue of the mysterious Benedict Society and the Strangers, and the everyday magic of the Lost Library. When 11-year-old Oliver lost his dad, he and his mom lost everything, their home and their old lives. And then out of the blue, they inherit and move into his great aunt's apartment, where he discovers a strange mail slot in the middle of the living room. Oliver discovers that if he writes a wish and sends it through the mail slot, a piece of paper comes out with direction on how to start a chain reaction that will fulfill even the most wildest dreams. So what's a poor kid in a rich school to do? He starts using that mail slot. And does his wishes bring consequences and chaos? You betcha. Will the ending blow your mind? Absolutely yes. And is there a ton of amazing art throughout in pure Vera fashion? Of course. The middle grade market is a tough one to break into, but we're confident that if anyone can do it, it's Vera and Return to Sender. And finally, last but definitely not least, I have a middle grade nonfiction in Malcolm Lives. Malcolm Lives will be the first official biography of Malcolm X for young readers for a multitude of reasons. First, it's by #1 New York Times bestselling author and National Book Award winner author, Dr. Ibram X. Kendi. And second, it's more importantly, it has the official support of the Malcolm X estate and his family, including his daughter. This is a groundbreaking narrative biography of one of the most influential Americans of all time, and it's a perfect read-alike to Dr. Kendi's other New York Times bestselling books, such as How to Be Anti-Racist and Stamped for Young Readers, as well as Steve Shinkin's most beloved titles. It will be published 100 years after Malcolm's birth and 60 years after his death, written with a clear-eyed and no-nonsense tone, and with unmatched empathy for both the subject and reader. Dr. Kendi weaves his anti-racist ideology into the propulsive of Malcolm X's life from birth to death. He provides context for both Malcolm's choices and those around him, and not just painting an intimate picture of the famous figure, but of a time in American history. Readers will learn about the history of racism in America, which grounds this book squarely in Dr. Kendi's well-established fan base. We expect this to be a huge publishing moment for Malcolm's legacy in the nonfiction market. And that's it for me for Macmillan. Thank you so much for having me, Kat Steam.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kathleen Rourke, and today I will be representing Candlewick, Holiday House, and Peachtree books. I'm very excited to show you some of our new spring titles. First up, we have John Klassen, the incomparable John Klassen. This is his new board book series called Your Places. It's a trio of board books focusing on safe spaces, comfort, and imagination. Next slide, please. Here you can see some interiors with a minimal tableau of familiar objects and a gentle rhythm suited for reading aloud. A farm, a forest, and an island, and their iconic items are assembled one by the child, ending with bedtime as the sun goes down. There are more titles to come in this series. Next up, we have another new board book series, Welcome Ada. This is a series featuring Ada, who is this adorable little wide-eyed girl with bold colors and memorable characters. Daif Shuma. Salute to the power of difference and the pleasure of friendship, surprises, and caring for others. Next slide, please. Interiors are just really bright and bold. Next, we have When I Hear Spirituals. The author of the classic picture book, Willis Hudson, has woven together lyrics of 12 timeless Black spirituals with a moving exploration of how music holds memories, emotions, and empowerment. Next slide, please. Evocative illustrations by award-winning artist London Ladd depict important people and places, Black history and culture, including Harriet Tubman, Martin Luther King Jr., the Great Migration, and the slide, please. A cat like that. Follow this big round cat as she saunters through her island village. Next. What will she find at her last stop of the day? Next slide, please. This sociable cat knows everyone in town, and the townspeople know to expect her. Their imaginations with the turn of each page. The simple text leaves room for children to create their own stories as they engage with the art, and the predictable rhythm of repeated lines will encourage them to read along. This is a great one for phonics. Next, we have Let's Be Bees by Sean Harris, with bright, bold crayon illustrations, lilting rhythmic words, and endless fodder for play, along For Play Along, this is a read aloud guaranteed to bring on the giggles and request to do it all again. Young listeners can make believe with their favorite grown-up again and again and again. Next, we have Ruthie Rose's Big Idea. An idea so great, an idea so grand, Ruthie Rose can't wait to share it with her idea-loving librarian, her art teacher, and her best friend. From the New York Times bestselling author John Hsu comes a celebration of poetry and possibilities that follows a child who sparks to life a special place in her school for exploring ideas of all kinds. Next slide, please. Collaged throughout the artwork are intriguing snippets of language and lines from classic poetry, sure to inspire young poetry lovers to discover more and to write their own poems. Next up, we have Boar. Animals say Boar is cranky, and he does live in a dark cave that matches his mood just fine. Hedgehog keeps offering suggestions for nicer spots, near the riverbank, for example, but he comes across as a busybody. From an outstanding team, camaraderie, told with wit and disarming sweetness. And next we have 3 gorgeous picture books that take young readers to faraway places. Culture. Travel to Damascus, to Palestine in Hilwa's gift to join in the olive harvest, and to Taiwan in Nene's mountain to view a stunning scene. Next we have The Peanut Man. This lovely story, based on Carmen Agredidi's own experiences, tells the story of a Cuban refugee and her joy in connects her beloved home in Havana to her new home in Atlanta. With luminous illustrations, the story of immigration, of being displaced and finding connection to home, reminds us how much alike we humans are, regardless of color. We'll be publishing this simultaneously in Spanish. All too timely, Hurricane is at once a fascinating view into a natural disaster and a reassuring survey of the tools we use to mitigate the damage. As climate change makes hurricanes ever more destructive, this engaging and rigorous book is perfect for curious kids and for families making their own safety plans. Jason Chin's breathtaking artwork and clear, compelling text make Hurricane a gripping read for all ages. Even more information about hurricanes, deeper understanding. Island Storm from Caldecott medalist Brian Floca and acclaimed illustrator Sydney Smith makes the perfect pairing with Hurricane, as 2 siblings bear witness to the steady start, thrilling apex, and gentle end of an island storm. Children who fear thunder take comfort in seeing it captured. Those who relish watching the sky crack open can enjoy battling the storm from the comfort of their homes. Move over, Elephant and Piggy. Make room for Lone Wolf. Enough of buddy duos. For kids, Wolf is the anti-hero they've been waiting for. Lone Wolf on Vacation and Lone Wolf Goes to the Library are the newest additions to the hilarious reader series starring the completely lovable character who affirms kids who enjoy flying solo. Next, we meet the Letter Setters. In this engaging new early reader series from acclaimed author-illustrator Ethan Long, each story starts with a 4-letter word. On the next page, one swapped letter makes a new word, and a new canine caper ensues. As this fresh and fun device propels the pups, study how words relate to each other, and observe how text and pictures support one another. There's more to come in this series. It's really fun. And next we have Fairy Door Diaries. In this launch of a new series, Megan McDonald brings her well-honed flair for wordplay of Wolfsbane and Belladonna, as she follows a child with a big imagination to a different fairy realm in each book. Next slide, please. Lenny artwork brings Eliza's world to life with fanciful details, sure to have readers creating their own cozy retreats and visiting magical lands beyond the door. The second book will be coming out in spring 2026. And then on the next slide, we have two fabulous, relatively new chapter book series that we've been publishing simultaneously in hardcover and paper. Graphic panels and charming black and white illustrations. Vicky Fang brings back first grader Ava Lynn, a lovable, sometimes bumbling heroine who is sure to win the hearts of new readers. Frankie returns for another newsworthy adventure in the Frankie and Friends series. Young journalists will learn more about journalism in this latest book featuring our star reporter and her endearing friends. Drew meets Amelia Bedelia in this hilarious young graphic novel series, featuring an aspiring detective who will solve any case, usually accidentally. In this debut, it's Casey, and she's just been given a magnifying glass and a pair of binoculars. Perfect gifts for today's mystery. Mr. Muffin, a cat Casey's parents insist is too big to be a hungry stray. Next slide. Fresh talent, Kay Healy's winsome heroine, crackling wit, and charmingly voracious young comics fans won't want to miss Casey's laugh out loud debut and will clamor for Casey's Case's next case. Casey's Cases, Everything is Terrible, coming in fall 2025. And another new detective series is on the scene. Meet Bonnie Montgomery, the world's greatest detective. Not that anyone has heard of her, but they will have heard of Montgomery detective, fat array, and questionable accent. Carefully, how Montgomery Bonbon looks suspiciously like a next slide, please. From a rising stand-up comedian, an exciting new talent in children, brilliantly funny murder mystery series that the BBC called Knives Out meets Poirot, but for children. This is such a, the author is really hysterical. You can check out his videos on YouTube. And there will be more in this series. We're publishing these two simultaneously. And then on the next slide, we have two enchanting fan readers, ages 8 to 12. Anxious 13-year-old Kaya has always been afraid of everything, but when she learns she is the descendant of a Chinese water goddess, she'll have to master herself to master her powers. This exciting, fresh novel about embracing who you really are touches on mental health, the immigrant experience, and the complexities of growing up. Han's elegant fantasy conjures family secrets, science, and remarkable snow as two girls from different worlds come together to set things right and maybe even welcome, or maybe even become friends. And those were the last two books from us. There are a lot more books on our spring list, so I hope you'll check those and enjoy the rest of today's presentations.
Hi, Allison Curtin here. I am the marketing and brand manager from Baker and Taylor, and I'm really excited that you've joined us today. I'm just going to share my screen and get started. Our next presenter will be Teresa Davanzo from Sourcebooks. Teresa, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're all having a great morning. Thank you for having me. I am Teresa Davanzo. I'm the National Account Manager from Sourcebooks, and I'm excited to show you some of our great upcoming kids books. Okay, starting out with If Kamala Can, So Can I. Next slide, thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have a cover for this yet, but we will next week, so reach out if you want more information on this. From the newly announced Young People's Poet Laureate and multiple award-winning author Carol Bloston Weatherford comes a powerful and inspiring picture book that shares how each milestone and moment in Kamala Harris's life represents something that lies within young readers' reach also. Building community, asking for answers, learning from elders, standing up for what's right, pride, friendship, strength, and most of all, knowing that nothing is out of reach of their future. Better than a simple biography, this beautiful book connects each of Kamala's achievements to a point of inspiration and empowerment for kids. Next slide, please. Don't Push the Button, Tons of Love. Larry, the lovable monster from USA Today best-selling author Bill Cotter comes a lovable interactive book for children. Larry the monster has spotted a heart-shaped button. You probably shouldn't push it, but go ahead and do it once. Oh no, Larry's turned pink. Next slide. Push it again. Now Larry's covered in hearts. Next push and the room is filled with heart-shaped balloons. Tap them and make them pop. Everything's almost back to normal, but what happens if you push it one last time? Next slide. 1, 2, 3, roar. Let's all do the dinosaur. Stegosaurus, Brontosaurus. Everybody join the chorus. The best-selling creators of Unicorn Night, and Mermaid Day are back with a rhyming, whimsical picture book about a dinosaur party that is sure to charm young dino lovers and fans of the earlier books. With rhyming text and musical refrain, Dinosaur Day is the perfect read aloud for classrooms, libraries, at home, and at bedtime. Next slide. And we have some cute illustrations. And next slide. Cute animals that could kill you dead. Learn the weird, funny, and outrageously true stories of the most adorable critters that you can only pet once, plus the unexpected killers of the animal world. Next slide. This hilarious STEM extravaganza will introduce readers to the science behind cute but killer animals, such as the aphid mangling ladybugs, snake-eating primates, and venomous platypuses, including their scientific names, fun facts, habitat sizes, and conservation status. Also includes real images. We are really excited for this one coming out in hardcover in April. Next slide, please. Surprise dinosaur. In this hilarious twist-filled read aloud, surprise dinosaur just doesn't understand why people run away screaming whenever he leaps at them yelling, surprise! Sure, he's a massive Tyrannosaurus Rex, but doesn't everyone love surprises? Shriek with laughter at the reveals on each page and give a big awe as surprise dinosaur figures out where he truly belongs. Next slide, please. Kids can relate to surprise dinosaur's wild over-enthusiasm, the way he wants others to like him, and his efforts to consider other people's feelings while still being himself. Next slide. The I Can Say Move book was created by an early speech expert, Stephanie Cohen, and this is new to several books in the series. This series uses research-backed approach that makes learning to speak simple and fun for babies and toddlers. Next slide. This series is taking the trip to the farm. The I Could Say Moo book encourages speech development in babies and toddlers by using rhyming text, simple exclamatory words and sounds, and engaging photographs. This book gives caregivers a new tool that does more than just entertain kids. Its proven therapeutic techniques help ones think, repeat, react, and babble, the vital skills they need to learn to talk. Next slide. A thank you letter to my homeschool. With over 3 million students participating in homeschooling, this heartfelt letter to homeschool is the perfect book for every family who embraces this form of learning. In this charming picture book, a homeschool child thanks his school for everything it offers, from indoor inventions to outdoor activities, from finding new friends to puzzling out problems. Next slide. His school day might include robotics with friends, silent study time, planting seeds at the community garden, and more. One thing is for sure, homeschooling is not boring. A thank you letter to my homeschool celebrates the unique learning opportunities and life experiences this popular and growing form of education brings. A celebration in homeschool in all its forms, it's a perfect book for every homeschooling family. Next slide. Moving on to a couple of titles from Duo Press. Happy 2-year anniversary. Next slide, please. Baby Loves Mom is the first title in a new series of bilingual English and Spanish board books. Through charming illustrations and simple expressive text, the book celebrates a special bond between babies and their mothers, from playful moments to soothing bedtime routines. This book captures the unique universal language of love, making it a perfect read aloud for families looking to embrace both English and Spanish in their little one's early learning journey. And I think on the next slide, we have some interiors. So cute. I love the illustrations in this cute little board book. And next slide. The Juneteenth alphabet coming in April. A is from Duo Press. A is for ancestors. B is for Black. C is for cultural celebration of community. In the Juneteenth alphabet, young readers learn about the origins, traditions, and joys of Juneteenth from A to Z, featuring sidebars that invite readers to pause and ponder. Next slide, please. Inspirational quotes and vibrant illustrations, this moving new picture book serves as an ideal introduction to the significant national holiday. Next slide. And here are some images of some of our best-selling books in the How to Catch series. Next slide. And the next exhilarating adventure in our New York Times and USA Today best-selling series, A Bad Guy is on the Loose. The How to Catch kids are having fun at a carnival when an invisible bad guy falls out of the movie they are watching. Convinced that the kids' catching net is the ultimate world domination device, the invisible bad guy steals the net and tries to get away. While this new foe may have superpowers, the How to Catch kids have a few carnival tricks up their sleeves. Can you help catch this villain, or will their net be lost forever? Full of zany traps, silly rhymes, and bright illustrations, this picture book is sure to capture the attention of young readers and educators alike. With STEAM concepts and hilarious characters, How to Catch the Invisible Bad Guy is a perfect summer read, holiday basket, stocking stuffer, or classroom book for ages children 4 to 10. And then expanding on our best-selling series of board books and picture books is our early graphic novel from How to Catch. Pup has boundless energy and endless optimism. Dragon is cool and thoughtful and always up for adventure. Together, they are best friends who are always there for one another. In their bounciest adventure, Pup and Dragon are trying to catch the Easter Bunny. Bursting with colorful art and hilarious text, Pup and Dragon, How to Catch the Easter Bunny is sure to appeal to all How to Catch lovers and new young readers alike. There are more Pup and Dragon adventures coming. In April, we have How to Catch a Mermaid. And from November 7th to November 11th, we are having How to Catch STEAM Week, which we will be celebrating a week long of all things STEAM. You can win fabulous prizes. Reach out to us for more information on that. Next slide. Just wanted to highlight some holiday titles that have recently come out. The Night Before Christmas is one of our new books we're so excited about. Only Jane Chapman could reimagine this classic poem with an all delightful animal cast. We have Hanukkah Pajamakas, which is a lively picture book celebrating holiday traditions, patience of parenting, sibling relationship, and children's fondness for pajamakas. And my favorite, Stray Dog for Christmas. This is based on the true story of a podcaster and his family's heartwarming experience when a stray dog comes to their house. It also sheds light on the significance of dog adoption and inspires compassion and responsible pet ownership. Next slide, please. And next up is Callisto Publishing. We have a couple of titles. Next slide. The Story of Fannie Lou Hamer is a new addition to our Story of series. This is a narrative nonfiction chapter book about Fannie Lou Hamer, specifically created for newly independent readers ages 6 to 9. It relays Fannie's story through the core curriculum standards of answering who, what, when, where, why, and how. There are currently no Who Was or Little Golden Book titles about Fannie. Next slide, please. This is coming available in hardcover and paperback. Next slide. We have over 50 titles in the Story of series. We have lots of resources for them, bingo sheets, lots of beautiful full color illustrations. Next slide. And Why We Celebrate Earth Day, another series from Callisto for ages 6 to 9 on how children can make a positive impact on the world around them. Next slide. These are through an interactive journey. The book will explore the history and significance of Earth Day. Next slide. We have some other titles that we reissued in this series. They include folklore, preparation recipes and crafts, and so much more. Also available in hardcover and paperback. Next slide. Moving on to middle grade. We are so excited. This is one of our lead middle grade titles for The Last Great Heir. It's a breakout debut fantasy for fans of Lightlark and the School of Good and Evil. The female heirs of two opposing families prepare to duel for who will rule their land for the next generation. Every 13 years, feast and famine duel. Merriment Feast's life is a party of dazzling gowns, delicious pastries, and grueling training. Rue Famine knows that only the House of Feast benefits from feast rule. She spends her days brewing potions in an enormous, dusty library in preparation for their inevitable duel. Only one family can rule the land of Fiore, but as the contest draws near, danger lies around every corner, and their true enemy may be a shared one. We are very excited for this one, coming in January, simultaneous hardcover and paperback. Next slide. Isle of Ever is coming from best-selling and beloved author Jen Colonnita. She delivers the first in a brand new series featuring a girl who will inherit a mysterious fortune if she can break a centuries-old curse. Days after her 12th birthday, Everly Benny Benedict learns she's the heir to a fortune, but to collect the inheritance, she first must play and win a game. Following clues that her ancestor left, Benny must locate a small island that vanished long ago, according to legend. She has only 2 weeks to play the game and find the island. If she's successful, she'll break a 200-year-old curse. If she fails, the fortune will be forfeited. And if she's not careful, she'll cross paths with someone else who is after the island's secrets and who will stop at nothing to get them. Because as it turns out, there's far more than a fortune at stake. Coming in hardcover in March, Isle of Ever from Jen Colonnita. Next slide. Just wanted to showcase a best-selling book from our amazing author, Lindsay Curry, now in paperback. She's won several awards. If you haven't checked out this book, you should add this to your list. It's escape room mystery, and that is coming in paperback in December. So, oh, thank you. Yes, Sarah, this is on the summer reading list, which we are very excited about. Thank you all for your time. Last slide. Please reach out if you have questions. Subscribe to our newsletter. My amazing colleague, Emily, has a lot of amazing information in there about our titles. And I hope you have a great day.
Thanks, Teresa. Okay, Allison Curtin here. I am the marketing brand manager from Katz at Baker & Taylor, and I'm really excited to introduce my colleague, my friend Jody Stigliano from Scholastic Publishing. She will be presenting next. Okay.
Hello.
There we go. Take it
Great,
away,
Allison.
Jody.
Thanks so much, Allison. Hello, everybody. Yes, I am Jody Stigliano, and I'm so excited to showcase our Spring 2025 list. Next slide, please.
Just a moment, we're having a delay. There we go.
Okay, great. Before we begin on the titles, I did want to highlight a marketing promotion. Each season, our digital catalog is available on Baker & Taylor's TS360 platform. So our spring catalog, which you see featured here, will be up shortly in the next few weeks. This resource is chock full of resources with click-throughs to new titles, downloadable activities, discussion guides, book club materials, author Q&As, and so much more. Also, throughout the presentation, look for little icons on the right-hand side indicating our marketing campaigns. I also have listed the Scholastic Book Club and the book fair participation for each title. We know that books that are featured in Scholastic's Club and Fair do well in the libraries. We know kids are coming in droves looking for those titles that they weren't able to purchase at the clubs and the fair level. So just more information on that. Next slide, please. We're going to start with picture books. David is back and funnier than ever in this companion to No David. No David hit the ground running in 1998 and was a Caldecott Honor Book, a New York Times best-selling illustrated book, and a classic for over 25 years. David captures the timeless no-nos familiar to every child. I feel like we all know a David, or maybe we were a David. In this new book, David is determined to get laughs out of everyone, even from those who might not find his antics amusing. Once again, David Shannon entertains us with young David's mischievous shenanigans in this lighthearted story that's sure to leave readers of all ages laughing. Next slide, please. From cannonballs into the pool to slurping his spaghetti to telling funny jokes during class, David is a natural comedian. So excited about this one. Next slide. Ruby Bridges, A Talk with My Teacher, by Ruby Bridges, illustrated by Trudy Tan. This is a love letter to teachers who hold the power to change lives. Ruby Bridges, A Talk with My Teacher, illuminates the lasting impact that the best of teachers can have on the lives of their students. Written by civil rights icon Ruby Bridges herself, she is a living legend and a lifelong advocate for children and literacy. This is the third book from Ruby in the continuation of a publishing partnership with Scholastic. This tender rendition of Mrs. Henry's impact on young Ruby Bridges will be sure to inspire children and adults everywhere. So Mrs. Henry was Ruby's teacher, and they have a lifelong friendship. And if you've heard Ruby speak, she always mentions Mrs. Henry, and it's a lifelong relationship that is so inspiring and touching. And so Ruby wanted to give back to Miss Henry, as well as teachers everywhere. Next slide, please. Trudy Tan's rendering of Ruby Bridges from childhood to adulthood brings new life to this heartwarming story of a reunion between two long lost best friends. It's beautiful. Next slide. Little Big Man, written by Varian Johnson and illustrated by Reggie Brown. Beloved children's book author Varian Johnson's debut picture book highlights the fun journey of a young child building his confidence as he steps up into the big kid role, specifically as a little big man of the house. Elijah can't wait to take his brand new kite for its first flight. But with the new baby in the family, Daddy has to work on the weekend. Elijah finds a clever way to help out and pitch in with his family while also reminding his dad how to still have a little fun. This story is heartwarming, sweet, and a positive portrayal of a Black family with special emphasis on the loving bond between a boy and his dad. This is a perfect book that can be read all year long with additional opportunity for Father's Day. We all know Varian Johnson and love him so much. He's a library darling, and we're excited that this is his first foray into picture books. He felt really strongly about a boy and his dad, and we just love this relationship. Next slide, please. Reggie Brown is a New York Times bestselling creator with a bright palette and sweet-faced characters who are sure to grab the hearts of kids and adults alike. Next slide, please. Wash Day Love, written by Tanisha Moore and illustrated by Reza Figueroa. It's Wash Day, Tasha's least favorite day of the week. Wash Day means stinging eyes, aching back, and water everywhere, even in Tasha's ears. But with her big sister comforting her, Mama humming to the music, and Granny telling stories of wash days past, the weekly ritual soon becomes more than a weekend chore. It's a special bonding time for 3 generations of beautiful Black women. Wash Day Love will affirm, empower, and reflect the experiences of Black children and resonate with families everywhere. It's perfect for fans of heartfelt, affirming picture books like Hair Love, Eyes That Kiss in the Corners, and I Am Enough. Next slide, please. Reza Figueroa is an award-winning artist and Coretta Scott King honoree whose work is both literary and commercial. Next slide, please. Becoming Boba by Joanna Ho and illustrated by Amber Wren. This is a charming story about self-love and being true to who you are, with an underlying message about the Asian American identity and immigrant experience. What does it mean to be Asian enough? Milk Tea Town was steeped in tradition, pun intended, until Mindy came along. She's not like the other classic flavors. Instead, Mindy shines with her green, white, and red colors. She decides to dive into their history so she can be less different. They make a surprising discovery about the truth behind milk tea that could change the town forever. These cute boba characters tell the story of many immigrants who have grown up in their communities feeling like they're not Asian enough. This story gently dismantles that argument by showing that people like milk tea are ever changing and all the more vibrant for it. Next slide, please. Amber Wren is the New York Times bestselling illustrator of Because by Mo Willems. Since then, she has illustrated 5 more picture books, including Looking for a Jumbie by New York Times bestselling author Tracy Batiste. We're so excited to have Joanna Ho back on our list. We know boba, bubble tea is super trendy with kids and teens and tweens, running to their boba stores. And we just think this is really, really cute, just with a sweet message that only Joanna Ho can bring. Yes, Sarah, I totally agree. I'm a big fan of boba. Next slide, please. New Shoes for Leo by Lauren Agradidi, illustrated by Susan Gall. With warmth and tenderness, Lauren Agradidi and Susan Gall have created a rich, colorful story of a tight-knit family and the love that grows as they care for those living far away. William's mama and his Tia are busy packing a big box of food, medicine, and clothing to mail to their family living in Cuba. But something important is missing. They have no zapatos, no shoes to send to cousin Leo. Which cousin is Leo? William asks. Tia answers him with a thin paper tracing of Leo's footprint. She nudges him out the door to find someone in the family with spare shoes in Leo's size. But finding shoes for Leo is not as easy as it seems. This story about family love and connection and remembering loved ones in another country will resonate with so many Americans who are currently living the same experience. It will appeal to teachers, librarians, parents, and children, both in curriculum and for family reading time. So Lauren Agradidi, this is her debut picture book. She is the daughter of Carmen Agradidi, who is beloved in the library market and has been on our list for a number of picture books. And Susan Gall is an award-winning artist whose previous Scholastic book, The Tower of Life, won major awards, including the Sidney Taylor Award, the Robert Seibert Award. It was an ALSC Notable and a JLG Gold Standard. Next slide, please. And the colors just are remarkable. Her palette is just fabulous. We're really, really excited about this title. Next slide, please. Graphics. So there are graphic novels and then there's graphics. So can you believe it that graphics is actually celebrating its 20th anniversary? We are so, so happy to have a highlight for a title that is coming actually this fall, but it's a big year, so I wanted to just highlight this. This is Dogman. We will have book number 13th this December, so make sure your orders are in and you order up because we know the kids and parents will be at your door looking for this title. We're excited that we will have a feature film from DreamWorks coming January 31st. And we're going to be running a Read It Before You See It campaign leading up to the movie. So look for advertising on TS360 for digital event kit materials like social media assets, activity guides, activity sheets, and more. Can't wait. Next slide. The Cartoonist Club. So this is by Raina Telgemeier and Scott McCloud. So Raina and Scott are both #1 New York Times bestselling authors and industry giants. This is a dream team collaboration, combining Raina's trademark charm and relatability with Scott's comics knowledge, made famous by his seminal work, Understanding Comics. So this story features 4 main characters. Michaela is bursting with ideas, but doesn't know how to make them into a story. Howard loves to draw, but he struggles to come up with ideas, and his dad thinks comics are a waste of time. Linda constantly draws in her sketchbook, but keeps focusing on what she feels are mistakes. And Art simply loves being creative and excited to try something new. So these 4 come together to form the Cartoonist Club, where kids can learn about making comics and use their creativity and imagination for their own storytelling adventures. I had the pleasure of listening to Raina and Scott speak at a panel at this New York Comic Con the last couple weeks, and they are so, so excited about inspiring a whole new generation of comic creators and comic readers. This one is going to be big, and we can't wait. Next slide. And they shared that they both illustrated, and it kind of was seamless. They said that kids and adults who, are super fans may be able to tell whose illustrations are who, but they really worked on the text and the art in a seamless fashion. It's just absolutely stunning, and we know kids are going to be really, really excited to read this one. Next slide, please. Outsider Kids by Betty C. Tang. Betty Tang is the New York Times bestselling artist whose solo debut, Parachute Kids, received 4-starred reviews and a slew of honors. This second book speaks directly to kids and will be relatable to all immigrant children or anyone who has ever felt different or alone, and everyone who loves graphic novels. So after 7 months on their own as undocumented immigrants, the Lin siblings have settled into their new lives in California. Their parents still await visa approval in Taiwan, so the trio is trying to take better care of one another and stay under the radar of immigration authorities. This story digs deep into different facets and layers of the undocumented immigrant experience. It is crafted with Betty's signature blend of seriousness, laugh out loud humor, heart, and hope. Next page, please. Her art is fabulous, and we know that kids are just going to eat this up. Next page, please. Miss Camper by Kat Fajardo. Miss Camper is a heartwarming and funny coming-of-age story and is perfect for any fan of contemporary middle grade graphic novels. Miss Quinces was an ALA pick for Best Graphic Novels for Children. The Spanish edition received a Purell Belpré honor. So main character Sue is heading to Camp Willow this summer. This cover makes me laugh out loud. She's looking forward to hiking, archery, and making comics in the fresh air. But she won't be far from family because her big sister Carmen is a camp counselor and her little sister Esther is a fellow camper and won't give her any space. All Sue wants to do is make memories with her friends, but they aren't even assigned to the same activities. To make matters even worse, her best friend Sam already has a best camp friend, and Sue's good friend Izzy has a crush on Sue. This summer isn't at all going as planned. So we won Miss Quinces and Miss Camper in a 10-house auction, and we are just so thrilled. I think it's fabulous. Miss Camper will also have a Spanish edition. Next slide, please. Again, these graphic novels, the color, the artwork, we know kids are looking for these titles, so we're excited to have this one as well. Next slide, please. Okay, big announcement. So Graphics is doing manga. So we know that librarians have championed manga from the start. Despite the popularity of manga today, there is a gap in the market of kid-friendly content, and so Scholastic wants to change that. So our manga will be in full color and read in the traditional format, right to left. We're starting with 2 titles this spring, and they each will have a second volume coming in summer because we know the kids are voracious and we want to keep them reading. So we really have been very thoughtful about which titles we're bringing into manga, which titles we are acquiring, and we just cannot wait. So next slide. Hikaru and the Lights, and by Mai Masuda. So pitch perfect manga for middle grade readers with themes of friendship and chasing your dreams. Middle school student Hikaru is known as the songbird of her family's bathhouse in Tokyo. Her beautiful singing echoes from room to room as she cleans up after school, but she dreams of holding a microphone, not a mop. With her best friend Ron, who's also a former girl group idol, invites her to try out for a pop star survival camp, it's the chance of a lifetime to put her talents to the test. Can Hikaru outshine the competition and make her stage debut, or will she fall flat? So this story captures the high-stakes competitive atmosphere of pop star competitions. It's perfect for fans of K-pop and J-pop. It has all the warmth and friendship of the Babysitters Club with the glamour and competitive spirit of American Idol. And as I mentioned, we have Volume 2 publishing in July. This is just, we are thrilled and over the moon. And yes, thank you so much for the reminder. This title is included in summer reading. We felt like this one would be a fast pick from kids. Next slide, please. And this is just an example of what the original black and white looked like. And as we're taking this title into graphics, into manga, we are adding full color to all of our manga. Next slide. Mecha Ude by Yoshino Koyoka. Dynamic art, nonstop action, and an unexpected bond between a boy and a mysterious robot arm combined for the perfect sci-fi manga for middle grade readers. Kirikagama City is a pretty normal town, except that some people have gotten their hands on Mecha Ude, powerful, sentient, mechanical beings that attach themselves to their human hosts and have awesome capabilities. When a middle school kid accidentally activates Alma, a Mecha Ude with no memory of its past, they must team up to uncover the mystery of Alma's identity and prevent the powerful Mecha Ude from ending up in the wrong hands. So there is an anime on schedule for release for this title for late 2024. So we already know that kids are going to be clamoring for this title. It's perfect for fans of Animorphs and My Hero Academia. We have volume 2 coming out in August, and this is also on the summer reading list. Next slide, please. And again, this is just an example of what the original black and white art looked like and how we are adding full color to it. I think this is also going to have really great crossover appeal. Next slide, please. Moving into middle grade, this is our sweet spot. We have next slide, please. We have a new title from Pam Munoz Ryan, who is just a Scholastic and librarian darling. So sometimes the only way to hold on to what we love is to let it go. Kai is so passionate about swimming, he is practically a fish. He's determined to become the athlete he once was, but something invisible holds him back. Dreams of his sister Callie haunt him. He hasn't found her missing gold cuff since she passed away, and his mom is still talking about grief, even though it's been 2 years since she's passed away. When Kai discovers a library book Callie has checked out multiple times about an underwater realm, details from the story begin to appear in his own life. He sees dolphin pods, imposing rock towers, unusual sea creatures, and even Callie's beloved bracelet. As myth and reality collide, El Nino unleashes its fury, and Kai is swept up in a storm of events that will change his understanding of love, death, grief, and how best to honor those that we've lost. So Pam is a Newbery honoree, Kirkus Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, Children's Literature Legacy Award winner, and one of the foremost writers working today. 2025 will be a big year for Pam. We have El Nino coming in the spring, and then fall of 2025 is the 25th anniversary of Esperanza Rising. We will be announcing an exciting new format for Esperanza Rising, and we just can't wait for a year of Pam. Next slide, please. Blood in the Water by Tiffany D. Jackson. We are so excited to have Tiffany on her list. This will be her middle grade debut. So there is blood in the water. Watch out for sharks. Kaylani is born and bred Brooklyn girl. She expects to feel like a fish out of water, spending the hot and sticky summer on Martha's Vineyard with family friends. Her mother insists that she goes, especially since Kaylani's dad is in prison. The town of Oak Bluffs is a place with a rich Black history. She ends up connecting with kids in the town who show her around. Maybe there's something to Martha's Vineyard. But then a shocking murder, or was it a drowning, or a shark attack? This tragic event rocks the community to its core. Kaylani is determined to solve the mystery, but in order to do so, she will come face to face with sinister truths and shocking secrets that promise to forever change her life as she knows it. We are so excited to have Tiffany on our list. This is middle grade, but I do believe that it reads a little bit above, and so I think we will have crossover appeal. This was a fan favorite on our team, a team of adults, and so we do think that this will appeal to like an older middle grade or even have some YA crossover to her audience. Next slide, please. Resist, A Story of D-Day by Alan Gratz. We cannot wait to have another Alan Gratz on our list. Samira lives in Nazi-occupied France during World War II, and she has a secret. She and her mother are spies for the underground resistance. They crack codes and trade messages that will help sabotage the Nazis' plans. When her mother is captured by enemy soldiers, Samira must travel through the war-torn countryside on a desperate and daring rescue mission. And today just happens to be D-Day, the pivotal moment when Allied soldiers are landing in France. Battles rage all around her, and Samira only has a small dog named Cyrano for company. Can she find a way to save her mother before time runs out? So Alan is a titan on our list. Refugee has been on the New York Times bestseller list for over 5 years and has over 1 million copies in print. So Resist marks the first time an Alan Gratz books will be available in a paper overboard format. We're excited to offer this still hardcover and can stand up to multiple circulations, but in a lower price format. So excited for this one. Okay, next slide. The Girl in the Walls by Meg Eden Kuyat. This is a contemporary novel in verse with a ghostly twist. This book is about the power and danger of secrets. It will grab you and not let you go until the very last page. So main character V has been sent to her grandma Jojo's house for the summer in order to get away from it all. But unlike neurodivergent artistic V, Jojo is uptight, critical, and obsessed with a spotless house. She doesn't understand her granddaughter at all, and V is sure she's doomed to have the worst summer ever. Then V starts hearing noises from inside the walls of the house. Knocks, the sound of a girl crying, and voices echoing in the night. But the buried secrets go much deeper and are much more dangerous than V even suspects. They threaten to swallow her and her family whole if she can't find a way to uncover the truth of the girl before it's too late. So poetry meets horror in this second novel in verse from Meg. This is a groundbreaking story. She focuses on generational mental health stigma that's often hidden away and the difficulty of navigating messy family relationships. Meg's debut, Good Different, is a 2024 Schneider Family Book Award honor book and was deemed the next wonder by Good Morning America and a best book of 2023 by School Library Journal. Meg herself is on the autism spectrum, and it's really important for her to write characters featuring neurodivergent characters, and this book will have you from page one. It will make you cry, it will make you laugh, it will scare you. This was another in-house favorite that we all fell in love with. We're excited to have another one from Meg on our list. Next slide, please. Afia in the Land of Wonders by Mia Arehu. Debut author illustrated Mia Arehu weaves an extraordinary, luminous, and beautiful story, inspired by Alice's adventures in Wonderland, about what it takes to find your true self, even if it means facing your deepest fears. Afia has always felt like a half of a whole. Her twin sister, Aya, is perfectly happy with fulfilling their family's expectations of them. But Afia dreams of exploring the world beyond her secluded cliffside home. She dreams of adventure and meeting a charming shapeshifter who dazzles her with promises of a magical land. Afia decides to take her destiny into her own hands and follow him to this land filled with magical sights, a charismatic queen, and her intriguing court. It is everything that Afia has ever dreamed of, but she soon discovers that nothing is as it seems, and this fantasy world demands a terrible price. With the help of a mysterious trickster, Afia must evade the queen's hunters and the lost dreamers who wish to pull her deeper into their web. So this title features illustrations throughout, and we felt like it was really important to have the illustrations complementing the text, and we felt like this would help a lot with reluctant readers. We will have a first chapter Friday recommendation for this title, and this will also be in the debut category. So we're excited. We have a couple read-alikes, and so in our digital catalog, you'll see here on the right-hand side, this is perfect for kids. You know, I love these read-alikes to kind of give a visual representation of what the story's about. Next slide, please. And these are just some of the stunning, gorgeous illustrations sprinkled throughout. Okay, next slide, please. And this is our last title. This is It Real? The Loch Ness Monster by Candace Fleming. So nestled in the lush green hills of the Scotland Highlands lies Loch Ness, a deep, murky lake with a storied history, home of the Loch Ness Monster. Cybert Award-winning author Candace Fleming invites you to become a detective and to join the race to uncover the truth. You'll learn how to real-life detectives and scientists conduct their investigations to follow the greatest mysteries as the principles of the scientific method, and more tools for boosting critical thinking analysis are introduced. You will consider the evidence, see if you can tell the difference between fact and fiction, and maybe you can answer this age-old question about the Loch Ness Monster. Is it real? So Candace Fleming is a best-selling award-winning nonfiction author. She's a library darling for her impeccable research accessible and compelling storytelling, and history of starred reviews and awards. The Enigma Girls, which came out last year, had 5-starred reviews, and we just were so excited to have another Candace Fleming on our list. So this series is perfect for middle grade fans of paranormal mystery, history, and science fiction. We know that the Scholastic book clubs and book fairs are super excited. I think this cover is like kid candy. And this will be a series. We will have a second one next year. Title hasn't been announced, but we know it will be kid appeal. And next slide, that is it. So thank you so much. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions or comments. And thank you so much for attending today.
Great. Thanks so much, Jody. Have a good afternoon. All right,
Okay,
we're in the
thanks.
home stretch, everyone. I'm very excited and happy to introduce my friend and colleague, Heather Viero from Simon & Schuster. Just waiting for the PowerPoint to, there we go. Update. I'm going to minimize and turn off the microphone. Heather, take it away.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Heather from Simon & Schuster Children's Publishing. Thanks for tuning in, and a big thanks to Baker and Taylor for creating this forum where we can all talk about books, which is my favorite thing to do. And I also want to say super excited because Lori Halse-Anderson will be joining us next, so stay on the line, please, for that. We can jump right in with the welcome book, and I cannot think of a better book to kick off this presentation. From the creators of the Thank You book, this board book celebrates the ways we can be welcoming and the importance of community. If you meet someone new in the world today, there's a very kind word you can say, welcome. Welcoming somebody shows you care, you're happy to see them, you're glad they're there. From inviting a friend to play to welcoming a new baby into the world, this sweet book celebrates all the ways we can welcome those around us and shows readers that even small acts can have a big impact. And I love the colors. It's gorgeous. Next slide. Next slide. On to Boynton Bookworks. We can move on to the next slide. We have new board books from Boynton every season. We can move on to the next slide, which is Banana Bop, which is an adorable, rollicking board book that will have kids and parents rolling as they read it. It features a lot of bananas. Next slide, please. We move into picture books with Mermaids Are the Worst from Alex Willen. This is the 5th book in the Worst series. It's perfect for fun summer read-alouds. This hilarious series can be described as the How to Catch series meets Dragons Love Tacos. Like the others in the series, Mermaids will have sparkly, specked out package with fancy foil and lots of shimmer. And I think we have some really cute interiors too that you can see. You can look at the next one. There's the mermaid. It's very cheeky. So Tortoise Doug from Emmy Kastner. Adorable illustrations, a sweet friendship, and a lot of humor. As a read aloud, it's reminiscent of There Was an Old Lady Who Swallowed a Fly, as more and more animals ask Tortoise for space in her burrows. How will she fit them in? We can look at some of the interiors next. Emmy Kastner's last picture book with us, While You're Asleep, was widely praised. The Horn Book called it funny and thought-provoking. And I feel like the illustrations are really like vintage and cute. So next. Every Monday, Mabel. Jashar Awan's I'm Going to Build a Snowman evoked comparisons to the snowy day. And he's back with Every Monday, Mabel. Mabel thinks Monday is the best day of the week. Can you guess why? No one is as excited about Monday as Mabel. Spoiler, I'll tell you why she's so excited. It's the day the garbage truck comes. We can look at some of the cute interiors. Just really sweet, really toddler appropriate. I feel like waiting for the garbage truck or the mailman or like all of those little things that happen in our days that as we become grown-ups, we take for granted. But when you're little, you realize how special they really are. So very sweet, very talented. May's Ao Yai is a beautiful family story about a little girl who wants to wear her princess dress to celebrate Tet at her grandmother's house. But her family wants her to wear an Ao Yai, a traditional Vietnamese outfit. May learns about her grandmother's special talent for sewing and the love and heritage that goes into every special garment. We have some good interiors on this, if we want to look at those. Written by celebrity fashion designer Tai Nguyen, with gorgeous art from Dong Ho, the illustrator of Eyes That Kiss the Sky. Tet is celebrated by over 2 million people in the United States, and this is just a beautiful family book. So excited to publish it. Stalactite and Stalagmite is a new fun title from Drew Beckmeyer. This is his third book with us. He's an exciting new talent in picture books, and it's about the relationship between these two rock formations. It's fun, it's quirky, and it might remind you of early John Classen. Drew's most recent book, The First Week of School, has received 5-starred reviews. And you probably remember his first book, I Am a Tornado, which was also really well reviewed and very, very popular. And we have some good illustrations here as well. You can see he's a really talented, unusual artist. And I think, you know, kids enjoy something different. You can go on to the next one, which is one of my favorites. When Alexander Graced the Table, this gorgeous picture book from award-winning illustrator Frank Morrison and James Beard award-winning chef Alexander Smalls celebrates food and family and your own contribution to spreading that joy. Alexander Smalls is a James Beard award-winning chef, and he's also a Tony and Grammy Award winner for his role in Porgy and Bess. He's a triple threat. Frank Morrison has won multiple awards, including the Coretta Scott King Honor. And Denise Milner is the best-selling author and editor at her eponymous imprint at Simon & Schuster. We have to look at the interiors here because they are stunning. Just really, I think this is the kind of book that you just open and are knocked out by. It's gorgeous. Meet the Mini Mammals is a very fun nonfiction picture book from the powerhouse team of Seibert honoree Melissa Stewart and Caldecott honoree Brian Lies. The extensive back matter includes a map showing where these mini mammals live. It's funny, it's factual, and the art is spectacular. New from Theodore Seiss Geisel honor-winning author illustrator Kaz Winnes is Bitsy Bat, Team Star. Bitsy Bat School Star was a big hit last year. Bitsy Bat is on the spectrum, and she uses various tools to feel comfortable in all sorts of situations. In this one, she has to deal with sports and competition. We have some interiors on this one too. And I think we all know that feeling when we simultaneously are not very good at a sport, but also extremely competitive. Kaz is really funny. I don't know if you follow her on Instagram, I urge you to do so. She has a great Instagram. And this is one of my favorite series, basically, in picture books. So take a look if you haven't already. We can go on to the next slide. Lily's Dream from B. Jackson. This is a beautiful picture book about the magic of black fairies from New York Times bestselling illustrator B. Jackson. Gorgeous, lush illustrations here. This is the launch of a new program that will also include ready-to-reads featuring these characters. B is also the illustrator of Parker Looks Up, and she wanted to create a series that focused on fairies of color. We'll be supporting this launch with an advertorial in Books for Growing Minds in January. So look out for that because it'll be really interesting. Happy Easter could not be any more adorable. On every page, there's a sweet little ladybug hidden among the peas for readers to seek and find. The peas have a sort of minion-esque quality. They're very lovable characters created by Keith Baker. And you can see the entire pea program, I think, on the next slide. Do we have that? Cute interior. More peas coming. The Halloween book is one of my favorites, actually. So Chicka Chicka. We are doing some original publishing with the Chicka Chicka books. Chicka Chicka Boom Boom is obviously one of our most popular books. This winter, we have Chicka Chicka Ho Ho Ho, which is a full-size picture book. It's been out already with great reviews and lots of good attention. And now we're going to have these two sweet offerings for Mother's Day and Father's Day. We have two new adorable chapter book series. Ratnip, Lost and Found in the City, is from Cam Higgins, who you know from the Good Dog series. And then we also have Heidi Heckelbeck's Best Friend Forever is getting her own series with Lucy Lancaster. And both of these #1 books in the series, the paperback editions, will be in the summer reading program. So please help me get them out there to kids everywhere and spread the word. Moving on to middle grade. So I'm very excited that Lori Hall Sanderson is here today. She is multiple award-winning, best-selling author, and she's back making connections between history and current events as she tackles the smallpox epidemic and the American Revolution. In the spring of 1776, 13-year-old Elspeth Culpeper wakes to the sound of cannons. Boston has turned into a chaotic war zone. Elspeth's father, her only living relative, has gone missing, leaving her alone and adrift in a broken town while desperately seeking employment to avoid the orphanage. And just when things couldn't feel worse, the smallpox epidemic sweeps across Boston. Now Bostonians must fight for their lives against an invisible enemy in addition to the visible one. While a treatment is being frantically fine-tuned, thousands of people rush in from the countryside begging for inoculation. At the same time, others refuse protection. Elspeth's story, set against the outbreak of the American Revolution, is eerily relevant today. She'll tell you more when she speaks at 12:45. Away is the follow-up to the sleeper hit Alone, a New York Times bestseller, which was also named to over 30 state reading lists. It's a powerful and dramatic verse novel about survival, which is a big trend right now. I like trends, so I might bring them up a couple of times through this presentation. When 12-year-old Maddie hatches a scheme for a secret sleepover with her two best friends, she ends up waking up to a nightmare. She's alone, left behind in a town that has been mysteriously evacuated and abandoned. Her only companions are a Rottweiler named George and all the books she can read. After a rough start, Maddie learns to trust her own ingenuity and invites clever ways to survive in a place that has been deserted and forgotten. This is a real knockout of a book. And Alone is also a great read. So, and the covers are beautiful. So Megan will be out there. I know she'll be doing some of the library shows this year. So hopefully you'll get a chance to hear her speak also. The Storm Singer. This is an exciting new middle grade series that really moves. You can see in the blurb, it's described as Once There Was meets 1001 Nights. Sarwat is a first-generation Muslim immigrant of South Asian descent who loves writing over-the-top adventures. He is the New York Times best-selling author of the Rick Riordan Presents series, City of the Plague God. He's really honed his chops. I love this book for its combination of action and humor, and because it features a young girl with a disability and her beloved grandfather. And it also features shape-shifting human bird creatures, and I can't get enough of that. So. London Calling from James Ponti. James Ponti is so beloved, and he's so funny. His last book in this series, Mission in Manhattan, was on the bestseller list. And we're always happy to have another one from James. The series is growing and growing. He also just released the Sherlock Society, which has been very popular out the gate. Kids love him and can't get enough of his brand of humor and intrigue. River of Spirits, The Underwild from Shanna Targos. This is our spring 2025 middle grade debut. She draws on classic mythology of the underworld, and the first printing only will feature beautiful sprayed edges. This cover is an absolute knockout, and her tone is fun and engaging as we follow Senka's adventures between the realms of the living and the dead. Bird of a Thousand Stories is the follow-up to Once There Was. We return to Marjan's story, where she's leading a double life as a regular kid and also a protector of mythical beasts. Everyone was such great supporters of Kiash Monseth and Once There Was. We were very proud to land his debut on the New York Times bestseller list, and we're primed to do it again with this sequel. Hornbook called Kiash's first book a hard-to-put-down book with great appeal to fantasy and mythology fans. Please Pay Attention is also in verse, and it's about the aftermath of a school shooting. It focuses on healing and resilience. While this story is fiction, it is loosely based on events in Jamie's community. The shooting at Covenant School in Nashville in the spring of 2023 took the life of one of her dearest friends, the head of that school. This book is both a call to action and a response to the loss Jamie feels so deeply. The book contains an author note with this information. It's a very well thought out, sensitive book. And I think for me, when I read it, it really focuses on the resilience and how you navigate what comes next after a school shooting. I think it's the kind of novel that's going to really build empathy and help. So I think it's important. Graphic novels. Graphic novels are just growing more and more popular every season. Here's a few highlights from our list. We have Spy Ski School, the graphic novel from Stuart Gibbs. It will be available in 2 formats and also as a Spanish edition. Stuart's popularity just grows and grows. His books are so entertaining, no matter what your age, and they're so well done. The graphic novels, the artwork is incredible. They're really like, the packages are just fantastic. And we can go on to the next slide also, which has 2 other graphic novel highlights. The Blood of Kings from Matt Miklush is a swashbuckling fantasy, and he also has a screenwriting background, so he really moves things along in this one. Beetle and the Chimera Carnival is the second in the Beetle books, following Beetle and the Hollowbone. This one features dragons, which are apparently a big trend right now, so FYI. The series also features a tenderly told LGBTQ love story, which is timeless. And lastly, from Andrews McNeil, we have 2 new initiatives. Stream Team is a paperback original, illustrated young reader, described as Fortnite meets the Avengers. Nick is a popular kid streamer with 5.3 million followers on Twitch, 7.5 million followers on YouTube, 6.8 million on TikTok, and 3.6 million on Instagram, and 1.4 million on Twitter. So he has an audience. And lastly, AMP is thrilled to have a 100% authorized tie-in to the popular board game Ticket to Ride, which personally got me through the pandemic with my family. We enjoy that game very much. An illustrated young reader novel based on the board game, and just the start of a larger Ticket to Ride publishing program. And Allison, I have finished early.
Wowzers. That was a speedy, fantastic list, my friend.
I know.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. And also, we also have wonderful resources on our website. So there's a lot. I've left the marketing is in this presentation, so you can see when we have digital things available that maybe you can use in your own library, social media. So
excellent. Going to do a little housekeeping on our side, change some hosting here. I'm going to pass the baton back to my colleague, Sarah Shepard, From Northern New Jersey, I go to Sarah Shepard down in the Houston metro area.
Actually, Houston. For reals, Houston.
For reals, Houston.
Yeah. All right. Switching over. Okay, looks good. All right. Is Lori ready a little bit early? I saw her pop on briefly. I see her now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you, Lori. And we'll have a few extra minutes. So during Lori's presentation, if you have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat or the Q&A feature, either one. I will monitor them. And at the end, if we have time, I'll ask Lori a few of your questions. So Lori Halse Anderson is a New York Times bestselling author known for tackling tough subjects with humor and sensitivity. She's twice been a National Book Award finalist for Chains and Speak. Chains also received the 2009 Scott Odell Award for Historical Fiction. Lori was chosen for the 2009 Margaret A. Edwards Award and received the Astrid Lindgren Memorial Award in 2023, presented to her by the Crown Princess of Sweden. Amazing. She lives in Pennsylvania, and you can follow her adventures on X, previously known as Twitter, at Halse Anderson, or visit her at madwomanintheforest.com. All right, I'm going to turn it over to the lady of the hour, Lori Halse Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you. And do me a favor, friends, don't go to my website for a few weeks because it's getting overhauled, and like everything post-pandemic needs refreshing, but I'm feeling pretty refreshed. I'm here to talk to you about my new book. And I'm really excited about it. So let's make sure that the screen sharing will work. And I'm going to show you lots of pictures. I hope you're relaxed. I hope you're drinking coffee, enjoying this beautiful day. And we're going to share that one. All right. If somebody can't see that, let me know. Let's go back the other way. So I'm back to Revolution. You guys know how I jump back and forth and try not to stutter between YA and historical fiction. And now it's time for some historical fiction, which is always very fun to talk to young readers about. They get really excited. My YA stuff is, can be really very deeply emotional, and the historical fiction is too. But I think that especially in these times we have now, to be able to talk about history in a way that is energizing and maybe positive, that makes me happy. And I hope that makes you happy too. So here we go. I need you to close your eyes and relax. Imagine for a moment, we're going into the past, a little bit misty, a world that's different than ours, but not as different as you might think. I want you to imagine a country that's on the edge, divided by strong political opinions. So strong that communities and even families are divided too, which leads to separation and suffering. That's already quite a lot. Now imagine, just to make things a little bit more difficult, a disease is spreading from village to town to city. A disease that could kill up to 10% of the population of those who caught it. Survivors always had scars for the rest of their lives. Some were blinded, and others were forced to suffer from lifelong disabilities after enduring smallpox. Welcome, my friends, to Rebellion 1776. An adventure novel, which is how I prefer to refer to historical fiction. It's the story of an ordinary girl, just like you and me, trying to survive the loss of her parents in a world that's being torn apart by war and disease. This is a story of courage, of grit, and of hope. 'Tis the story of Elspeth Culpeper. Elspeth and her father, a sailmaker, journeyed to Boston to start their lives over after burying the rest of their family back in Philadelphia. But sadly, her papa has always had the curse of ill timing. They arrived in Boston early in 1775, just before the long British occupation of that town turned into the siege, as the newly formed American army surrounded the town and pointed their weapons that way. For those of you who don't know about the siege, it was a nightmare. Most of the residents of Boston fled the city. People who were left behind, like Elspeth and her father, they endured hardships finding food, a really cranky British army running everything. And just life was kind of a nightmare. Now, most of you and me will remember reading Johnny Tremain. That was written 80 years ago by the great Esther Forbes. Johnny Tremain, which is always tends to be thought of as the book about Boston and the war, is not the book about Boston and the war, because it starts in 1773 and ends in early 1775 when Johnny goes off to fight after the battles of Lexington and Concord. That's the very beginning of the American Revolution. It's a great book, don't get me wrong. But it's always bothered me that it ended just as the war was beginning. That's why I wrote my trilogy. The Seeds of America trilogy, Chains, Forge, and Ashes. I wanted to show what life was like for kids during the war and to focus those books on the experiences of children being held in slavery. But after the trilogy was finished, I for years have found my thoughts drifting back to Boston. So I wrote another book. And if you'll get comfy, I'm going to read to you a few paragraphs from the very opening, the first chapter of the book. So get comfortable. There's the cover. The opening chapter 1 is called Long Night of the Bombs. And just like all of my other historical fiction, all of the chapters open with a primary source quote. This quote comes from Boston Selectman Timothy Newell's journal, Monday, March the 4th, 1776, quote, "Soon after candlelight came on a most terrible bombardment and cannonade on both sides, as if heaven and earth were engaged." All right, now we're going to leap into the book. "Take away this puke bucket, girl, and bring me a clean one." Judge Bellingham bellowed like an angry ox, but I did not move. I couldn't, not while the Patriot cannons boomed over and over with terrifying thunder. They were aimed at Boston, which meant they were aimed at me. I was hiding quite sensibly under the table at the top of the stairs, in shouting distance from the judge's bedchamber and far away from any window in case a cannonball or mortar shell came crashing in. For a helmet, I wore a wooden bowl that smelled of cinnamon. I'd been mixing a sweet dough in it when the Patriots unleashed more lethal mischief. The judge made another loud contribution to his puke bowl. I held my hand over my mouth and swallowed hard, for the sound of his retching made my insides go funny. My employer was suffering mightily with gout in the toes of his left foot. Adding to his woes, his stomach had turned sour at sunset, so he'd taken to his bed, groaning loudly about his afflictions. I brought him a pot of ginger tea, but he demanded a flask of wine and more of the mutton soup served at supper. I'd suggested toasted bread on account of his bellyache. He reminded me that I was a blockhead kitchen maid. But I ask you, who was puking up the mutton soup now? "Get me a clean bucket, girl," hollered the judge. George Washington's Patriot Army had kept 10,000 British soldiers pinned down in Boston for nearly a year. This siege made the lives of the few ordinary folks trapped in the town, like me, a misery. 2 nights earlier, the Patriot cannons had begun bombarding us, changing our circumstances from difficult to terrifying. I wished that the mothers of every soldier on both sides would magically appear, grab their sons by the ear, and drag them home for a well-earned thrashing. Then we could dump all the cannons and guns into the sea and go about living our lives in a more sensible manner. I sighed. Weaving dreams and fantasies produced a cloth of regret. That's what Papa said. That's the opening. That's the first time I've read that to a group. I hope you liked it. All right, let me show you some more pictures. The book, as I was doing the research, which took several years longer than I thought, but you know, you do what you have to do. The book the structure of the book was absolutely driven by the structure of the events, the war coming into Boston, the difficulties endured by the average person in the town as Boston was first in the British hands and then Patriot hands. And oh boy, you had this growing sense of patriotism, even though you still had a lot of loyalists in town. But Elspeth is definitely on the side of the new American idea. And then just as things were beginning to kind of take on a more ordinary fashion after the British left, it took a while for everybody to come back from the siege. That's when things got complicated because the smallpox showed up. So I wanted to show all the swirl of events. All of our kids today have also been caught in a swirl of events way outside their control. And while what happened back in Boston in 1776 is certainly not a total reflection of what we're going through, what we have been going through for years here in this country, what I'm hoping is that, first of all, I want to write a great book and make sure that it's entertaining as well as informative, but also for the kids who are kind of searching for a story that'll help them talk about like the big feelings that they're going on right now and think about, oh, we've been through hard things before, our country, all countries have. We can get through this too. And then when I was doing the research, the reason it took so long is that the wonderful people of Boston like to hold on to their stuff. I found treasures, my friends, treasures, especially when I started to explore the lives of working families. You know, we read a lot about middle class and upper class people in historical fiction, and I have written about families held in slavery, but I wanted to look at free people whose children, while they had a lot more control over their lives, obviously, than anyone who's held in slavery, there were laws regarding the behavior and limits on the lives of poor families in a way that weren't on families who had a lot of wealth. For somebody like Elspeth, her family had to, if they ran out of money, if things got rough, they would be taken in by the town under a normal circumstance, and the children would be bound out, meaning the children that these parents couldn't care for would be contracted as labor for middle-class families, likely farming families, and the children would live with those families until a girl was 18 and a boy was 21. And of course, there's lots of rules about how they're supposed to be treated. From my reading, sometimes they worked out well, except for, of course, being separated from their families. But it was kind of a crapshoot. There were plenty of occasions when kids were bound out and weren't treated well. And for somebody like Elspeth, that is her nightmare vision. As the British evacuate, you had that bombardment that opens up the book. And it took a few weeks of negotiating, but eventually the British evacuated Boston. They still celebrate it there today. And they took with them several thousand loyalists who wanted to start life over far away from the town. But in the course of the chaos of that evacuation, Elspeth's father goes missing. She can't find him. She can't find anybody who knows where he is or what happened to her. And she still has to eat and live. The wealthy man, Judge Bellingham, she was working for, the dude who had the gout in chapter 1, he evacuated as well. So what is she going to do with herself? She has to bend the rules a little bit, tell a couple of lies, tell some big whoppers, and she's kind of talented at bending the truth. My girl after my own heart. And she winds up working for a family kind of like these people. This is a portrait of the Peels of Philadelphia, painted by Charles Wilson Peel. If you know that name, maybe you've written Fever 1793, because I gave him a shout out in that. But this is a sort of family that Elspeth winds up working with after the evacuation and as Boston is beginning to come back to normal. Now it's a big family, lots of kids, they're kind of rowdy. She has to work her butt off. She butts head with the housekeeper, just kind of ordinary teenage things in any circumstances. And we see her at the same time just broken by the loss of her father and not knowing where he is, but also, in a way of resilience, beginning to develop relationships, friendships, and taking pride in the work that she's doing for these folks. So you have this kind of interesting balancing act going on between darkness and light and sorrow and hope. And then it got complicated again, because just as Boston was coming back to life after the occupation, after the siege, after the evacuation, the simmering smallpox epidemic, which was very prevalent throughout the 13 colonies during this time period, exploded. Smallpox was a very dangerous disease, and it was constant back then. Towns and places like, you had state laws in Massachusetts that required towns to follow rules about inoculating. Inoculation was an early form of what we now call vaccination. The first time it was practiced in the Americas that we know of was in the 1720s in Boston. But what made inoculation different than vaccination, is this crude form, is that when you got inoculated against smallpox, you got the disease, which was a 4 to sometimes 6 week period of getting really sick, and then your body fighting it off and recovering, and then you would never have it again. And when you got sick with smallpox by the inoculation, you could spread the disease. Now, what they realized is that if you were inoculated, you generally had a milder form of the disease. You might get a dozen or a couple of dozen of the pox, and you weren't at death's door. If you caught smallpox in the common way, by breathing in the air, by being close to somebody who was sick with it, you could die, and you could have hundreds or thousands of smallpox. So there's really interesting to read through not only the medical discussion going on in print at the time, but also people writing letters back and forth and how they were feeling. So a lot of people were frightened by the disease, but they didn't understand the science. And then some people thought, well, we should trust in God, that we should trust in the Lord. And oh boy, a lot of it sounded really familiar to me as my heart was breaking reading through the primary sources about the strains that all these families were under in a very scary and perilous time. But when enough households had a smallpox patient in them, that triggered the law to allow the town fathers in any town in Boston to permit a period of inoculation. So that meant that because doctors were not allowed to inoculate outside of those periods. Because remember, if you inoculated somebody, you made them contagious. So what an astounding thing happened in Boston when the town father said, all right, we're going to allow inoculation for a few weeks. Thousands more people rushed to the city, thousands from the countryside, because they were desperate to have their families inoculated against this terrible, terrifying disease. Among the families that came to Boston for this inoculation procedure was my queen, Abigail Adams. She came with her 2 sisters, all of their kids, a couple of cousins, and Phoebe, who was a woman held in slavery by Abigail Adams's father, Reverend Smith. They brought cartloads of hay, they brought their cow, they brought all their mattresses, and everybody was couch surfing in Boston at this point. They stayed in Abigail's uncle's house, her uncle Isaac, who was super wealthy and lived on Queen Street. And because her husband, John Adams, was down in Philadelphia at the time of the Congressional Congress, they're writing all those incredible letters. I know, like minute by minute, what was going on with her family during the inoculation procedure and recovery, because she was writing this to John and John was writing back to her. There were so many firsthand accounts of Boston in this time period, as well as the procedure of being inoculated. So, and you know, Abigail Adams does not occur as a character in my book. There's one reference to the fact that she and her sisters are in town by some wealthy women who would have known her because of her husband's political position. But I just feel that I've always felt this in my historical novels. When I'm describing or discussing a person who was alive in the time period, I have to do it accurately, of course. And it's always felt a bit, for me, dishonorable to make what had been a living person into a puppet. So I don't have them become characters in my books, but their presence certainly informs the lives of my novels and of my characters. I love Abigail so much, although she would have been a really tough mom, and I think an even tougher mother-in-law. That's a conversation you have to have with me at a conference someday. I wanted to blow up that paragraph from her letter. This is the letter that she wrote to John, and kind of in the middle of July. And I'm putting in the background of what happened in Boston on July 18th, 1776. That was the day that the Declaration of Independence was read out loud. It was very dramatic. It was a huge event, and thousands of people, all under inoculation, some of them like getting ready to start puking and breaking out into pox, gathered together in the town. And it was just, for me, such a moment of all that was challenging for the people in this area at that time. The disease, the city's still a mess. The British destroyed hundreds of houses when they had control of the city. But this is one of my favorite chapters to write, where you had this moment of camaraderie, of patriotism, of joy in the middle of a super duper hard time. And then it gets more difficult because then poor Elspeth has to take care of this house full of sick people. This is a story that I wanted to make it real. I wanted to make it based on history, but I really wanted it to be also a tribute to that generation of tweens and teens during the American Revolution. When you read about the early Federalist period, the years that followed the revolution once we became an independent nation, and those tweens and teens were just taking their spot in society. They're now in their early 20s. We see that the rest of their lives, this generation, the revolutionary generation, made profound impact on our country. And I've always been curious about how the forces of this dark time, this war, shaped them. And I think for me, reading what they all went through and then writing their stories of what they went through gives me hope for our future. Elspeth Culpepper takes us on a journey that's got highs and lows. You know, you know me, I don't pull punches. Dark things happen. It's a kind of journey, though, that strengthens the body and the soul. This is how you build resilience, is to figure out, make mistakes, fall down, go through hard times, and you pick yourself up again. This book is a book for readers who love adventure and world building, and who really enjoy unforgettable characters who have big mouths that get them in trouble and strong opinions. I hope you are ready to join me in a little rebellion.
All right, that was amazing. Folks out there, if you have any questions for Lori, please put them in the chat or the Q&A, and we will ask her our questions. Some excitement in the chat about your book.
Oh, nice. That makes me, you guys, this is like my first event. I'm just like, oh, it's real. I mean, look, I have a copy. It's real.
Oh. Love to hear it. I mean, I'll ask a question. Like people. Sure. So do you have a favorite part of doing research? Is there like any element of it that you particularly enjoy?
No, I think the perhaps a different way to phrase that would be, how do you ever stop researching and take the time to write a book? And the only reason I do that is my editor sends me increasingly heated emails. It is the research for me, it literally is treasure hunting. And I guess it is fun to figure out how to take all these, these bits of things. I wound up for this book, just because there were so many stories out there, I wound up creating a database of like 250 names, 250 real people who lived in Boston during this time period. So I could track like what house they lived in, what their neighborhood was like. Did they leave during the siege? Did they stay? What was their job? And just kind of measure how these experiences of these difficult years affected real people. And then I didn't expect this, but I wound up having to make another giant document of what happened where in the town. And if I ever shared all of I really hope my editor's not watching this. If I shared all of this with her, she probably would have an opinion about how much time I spent on that. But I just felt, honestly, it's a matter for me of respect, of trying really hard to get this right. And like you look at I'm never going to get this, Esther Forbes and Johnny Tremaine, like they're up in the stratosphere. But I think looking at the impact of a book that came out 80 years ago, is still having today. It's still being taught in schools. I mean, that really made me take my responsibility seriously to, as best as I could possibly, take the time and the research to get it right, and then write the book, because that would make my editor happy.
All right. Jennifer would like to know if you read encyclopedias as a kid.
How can you tell? Yes, God bless my parents. We had those little Kids World Book encyclopedias. Oh, I love those so much. And I was sick a lot as a kid. I think a lot of authors were. And I can remember like sitting in my bed, I was sick with something, and I was reading about potatoes. And I was just at that perfect age. I was probably like 9. And it was just like my head, I could feel my brain. But I was reading the World Book Encyclopedia. And I hesitate to say this because this is when the link went, but my head was blown by I remember almost like it was a physical feeling of as a child, realizing that, wow, the world's a super big place and things have not always been like it is in my life here. And I could really, because I remember reading about Peru in that article. And that was the first time, I'm a pretty isolated kid up in northern New York, that I realized, oh, other countries. Whoa. What is this? So that is, so I was the big nerd that loved encyclopedias.
All right. If anybody else has questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. We lost the previous chat.
Oh, bummer.
So yeah, right.
Oh, well.
So if you have questions for Lori, please do put them in the chat. I mean, somebody was complimenting your passion about being a historical fiction writer, and the research and everything that goes into it, and how passionately you speak about your books. Oh, someone did ask. I remember one of the questions was, is it difficult or refreshing to switch from doing like contemporary stories to historical fiction?
I have a very short attention span. And I really think if I had only tried to stick with one genre, I would have stopped writing a long time ago, because it is very refreshing. It's almost like I've got 2 brains in my head, my YA brain and my middle grade historical brain. And for different reasons, they present different challenges and different rewards. And so my agent kind of wished I would have taken one track, because there are still people to this day who only know me for one half of the career. Like people who like know me for my YA stuff are like, oh wait, you write history? And then there's people who know my historical fiction and they're like, I didn't know you wrote YA. So I don't know, it's all good. I contain multitudes, we all do.
That's right. I liked how you rebranded historical fiction as adventure.
Yes.
I think that's great. It makes it sound very exciting.
And the other thing that I really wish that our community, especially the education community, would kind of take to heart is that we know how much kids love fantasy. In part, that's because there've been some great fantasy adaptations of great fantasy books. But for me, I think that there's kind of a more existential reason, and that is they love the world building. If you ever watch little kids play, they are all about creating that world, right? And here's their little, we're going to eat over here. It's like everyone is like programmed to survive. And well-written, well-researched historical fiction provides exactly the same world building. So when I'm writing and revising, especially when I'm revising and I'm thinking about, balancing all the different elements of storytelling, I want to make sure that I have the sensory details that are going to bring the scenes to life, and the food and the cooking and the cow manure and just everything. And so, yeah, so between all that world building and the world building and the adventure, I mean, like, this is literally life and death. And I didn't have time to tell you that her best friend is like this young man who lives down the road, who is apprenticed to a shoemaker, and he's really funny and he's kind of cute, and he brings his own sense of adventure and energy to the book, because most cases there was more of a gender roles that could or you could not occupy, so he allows us to see a balance.
Yes, awesome. All right. Do you expect young readers to recognize parallels between their experiences / world and what your characters are experiencing in terms of health, politics, science, etc.? Two
No,
parts.
actually, I don't. And that's that, I wrote the book to be a great book, first and foremost, because if they're not turning pages, I've failed. My job is to keep them turning pages. But I will say this has never stopped. There's this voice of a young girl. She was about 11. And I met her the spring of 2002 at a school in New Jersey. And I was there to talk about Fever 1793. And she stood up and she liked the book. And this comes from her directly. This is a school in New Jersey that had a couple of kids, had family members in the Twin Towers in 9/11. And she said she liked the book because the sadness that the character goes through in Fever 1793, which was another epidemic story, that was the only book that had the kind of sadness that she could understand, because her father had been so injured and traumatized by the event. So their family had been really weighted down by something. And I've talked to educators who have explained to me that one of the ways that they can use historical fiction, and we saw a lot of this during COVID, is that sometimes it's too intense for kids to think about or talk about when they're in the middle of a scary, uncertain time. But if you bring them a story, they can talk about those same emotions in the context of the story. And they don't have to ever say, like that girl did to me, oh, I know exactly what that feels like. I'm feeling the same way right now. But there's a processing that goes on emotionally and also, neurologically, when you're reading and identifying with a character in a book, and you are kind of with the character on the ups and downs of their journey. And those of us who write for children, I won't speak for my colleagues, I have a moral obligation to write books that end in hope, because I write for children. And so for our kids who, again, to answer your question, try to do it in a more succinct way. No, I don't expect them to do that. I know that their parents and their teachers will make the connections, and they don't have to they don't have to like make that, look at child, I have a life lesson to teach you. But they can give them a book that's fun and rollicking and goes through hard times, and they can learn a little bit about surviving hard times by walking alongside those characters.
Wonderful. Do you have a favorite time period to research?
Yeah, well, I've spent, golly, I started researching Fever 1793 in 1993.
Oh.
So it's been 30 years of the revolution, but also, I've also done a lot of reading prior to the revolution itself, because I really needed to understand the cultural things that were going on, and especially between the different regions. And then in Fever, I have the, that early Federalist period in Philadelphia. I actually was thinking before I stumbled across wanting everything that was in Boston that I wanted to look at. I've thought for years about maybe writing a book that takes the characters of Fever 1793 a little bit into the future. Because once you get past the American Revolution, you have about about 2 generations before the Civil War. And there's so much going on. I mean, that's where it gets complicated, because there's so many going on in so many different communities that made up the United States, but also the territory that the United States was claiming. Yeah, I don't know. Stay tuned.
Lisa would like to know, is this book the first of a series? Do you think it would be wonderful?
Well, the Seeds of America series, Chains, Forge, and Ashes, that's its own kind of world. But I actually, there's a couple of Easter eggs in Rebellion that there's this, I drop a few names in Rebellion that you'll see in the Seeds of America. And I also dropped a name, and the fact that she comes from Philadelphia lets you know that she's also associated somehow a little bit with Maddie in Fever 1793, although Maddie hasn't been born yet.
All right, any other questions? Last questions for an icon, Lori Halls Anderson?
Oh, please.
Any last questions? I'll ask another one.
Okay.
What is your writing space like? Do you like to listen to music when you're writing, or do you like to be quiet? And where do you write?
Actually, I use a lot of white noise because I have lots of squirrels in my brain, and I have to occupy them sometimes with things. So just because I can't start singing. If I start singing, then I won't get writing done. So for me, it's always a battle of distractions. And then once I get deep in it, I'm fine. Yeah. Well, thank you very, very much for this opportunity. I can see that people are getting ready to do the teen talk.
Thank you so much to Lori Halls Anderson. That was fantastic. Just a few things, reminders for folks out there. We do have recordings of the session. I guess it'll be 2 recordings now. We'll splice them together somehow, I think, before we send it out. So it's not just cutting off with the potatoes. So there was some more good stuff after. We do have the teen webinar is coming up, and we also have a summer reading webinar coming up on November 6th. So please sign up for that, learn about our summer reading program. A lot of thanks to Lori from the chat, from our
All right.
our attendees. Thank you so much, everyone.